Hi everybody, this is Crystal. So today I'm going to show you how to make this dress here, which I made for my daughter. Now I'll start off by saying that this is an intermediate pattern. Beginners though, feel free to try. I always say I like to hope that I teach well enough that even a beginner can do it. Now it does have some post stitches, front post stitches. It has a reverse single crochet around the top. Lots of shells. Here's the stitch here, if you can see it. And then the nice white edge shell at the bottom. It's actually quite pretty. My daughter is wearing a slip underneath it, which you can find those on Amazon for children. That's where I purchased mine. And now I'll give you a measurement. Now this is made to fit a size 6 in US terms, 6X. That's what size my daughter wears. So, but I'll give you the measurement of, let's see, from the neck down to the bottom of the skirt, counting the shells, is about 20 inches. Okay. Skirt, 16, and yoke would be 4. And then the yoke with the sleeves would be 6. So on average that's about the sizing that it is. Now you can make this to fit a size 4-5 by following the exact same pattern, except use one hook size smaller. Now I don't have any other sizes available. That's it. I don't have any smaller and I don't have any bigger. No adults. That's the only two sizes, 4-5 and then size 6X in US terms. But I did give you the measurements there. So what do you say? You want to go ahead and get started on it? I think it turned out super cool. I'll tell you what, Evelyn kind of had a fit at first that it wasn't pink, but now that it's finished, I'm glad she likes it. Let me move it out of the way. Okay, for this project I use a Lion brand Pima cotton. I did buy this online at Joann's. It is a 100% Pima cotton, medium weight, number 4. Now you don't have to use this yarn. This is a nice, very soft cotton yarn, but any medium weight number 4 will work. Now there are 186 yards per ball, and I went through almost 3. So I'm going to say, 550 yards, something like that, over 4 weight. Or, around that is what it's going to take of your main color. Now the color I have here is called Dragonfly. And then I also used, for the trim, the color Vintage. Probably about 50, 60 yards of that. And now if you want to make it for a size 6X, which is what I did in my video, you're going to want to use the size J, which is a 6mm crochet hook. If you want to make it for a size 4/5 US terms, you want to use an I, which is a 5.5mm. You follow the pattern the same, just knock the hook size down, and that should be fine. Remember, no other sizes available. So let's go ahead and get started on this. Okay, so we're going to start off with a chain of 64, and we will be slip stitching into the first stitch to form one large ring. So regardless of what size you're doing, it's still a chain of 64. So once you get your chain of 64 made, we're going to follow it down, all the way down without twisting your chain. And we're going to slip stitch into that first stitch to form a ring. Just like that. All right, now we are going to chain 1. We're going to go back right there where we slip stitched, and we're going to do a single crochet. And now I'm going to work 1 single crochet in every stitch of the chain. just like this. So round 1 is just 1 single crochet in every stitch all the way around your whole ring until we make it back to our starting point. All right, I have made it back around to the end of round 1, and we're going to go ahead and end by slip stitching into our first single crochet, which is right here. We don't go into that chain 1. The chain 1 doesn't count as anything. We're going to go into that first single crochet, and we're going to slip stitch, and you should have a total of 64 stitches. Okay, now round 2, we are going to chain 1, which does not count as a stitch. We're going to work a point. Our yoke is going to be a 4-point yoke. So our first point is going to go right here into the same stitch that we just slip stitched into. And what we're going to do is we're going to work 2 double crochets into that same stitch. So there's 1 and there's 2. Now we're going to chain 2, and we're going to go right back into the same stitch again and work 2 more double crochets. So that is 1 point of our 4-point yoke. That's how the points are made. Now I'm going to work 1 double crochet into the next 15 stitches. Now sometimes this very first stitch gets hidden. Make sure you pull these over and get it, otherwise your count will be wrong. So 1 double into the next 15 stitches. So not counting these stitches that we just did. Okay, the points do not count. So starting with this first stitch, it would be number 1. We want to do 15 in a row. Here's 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have my 15 double crochets in a row. So now I'm going to work another point into the next stitch. So I'm going to go into the next stitch and I'm going to work 2 double crochets. So there's 1 and there is 2, and I'll work a chain of 2, and I'll work 2 more doubles into that same stitch. Just like that. Now again, I'm going to repeat. I'm going to work 1 double crochet into the next 15 stitches. Starting with this very first one here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, I got my 15 stitches again in a row. Now I'm going to make another point in my next stitch. So I will put 2 double crochets, chain of 2, and 2 more doubles into the same stitch. Like that. Again, we're going to repeat it. We're going to put 1 double crochet into the next 15 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, I just finished my 15th stitch and I'm going to do my last point, so my 4th one. So in the next stitch I'm going to work 2 doubles, chain of 2, and 2 more doubles, all into that same stitch. Now we're going to finish this round by putting 1 double crochet in the remaining 15 stitches is what you should have left. So 1 double in each of the remaining stitches, and you should have 15 left. All right, I've come to the end, and I want to go ahead and end my round by slip stitching into my first double crochet of my first point there, just like that. And now you should have a total of 76 stitches, and as you can see, it's square. It's going to be square. You might have to pull it out a bit, but it's going to be square. Okay, so why don't we slip stitch 2 times to the beginning of this? We'll start round 2. 2 times to the beginning of our first chain 2. So there's 1 and there's 2. So now we're in the middle of that point, that chain 2 space. We're going to make another point. So we're going to chain 1, which does not count as a stitch. And in this chain 2 space, we will work 2 double crochets. So there's 1 and there's 2, and then we're going to work a chain of 2 and 2 more double crochets, just like that. Now we're going to work some back post double crochet, or some front post double crochets. So we're going to start off by putting a front post double crochet into this first stitch. So we're going to yarn over, go around the post of the stitch, and work a front post double crochet like that. Now the next stitch, we're just going to work a regular double crochet. So we're just going to double crochet into the top of the next stitch. Next stitch, we're going to work a front post double crochet, and then we will work a regular double crochet into the top of the next. And this is what we will repeat until we get to our next chain 2 space, or the next point. Front post double crochet into the next stitch, and a regular double crochet into the top of the next. Front post double, and a regular double. Front post, and a regular double, all the way until we make it to our next chain 2 space. All right, I've come to my next chain 2 space, and the stitch before the chain 2 space should have been a front post double crochet. Now we're going to work into the chain 2 space, and we're going to work what we always do, 2 double crochets. This will always be what we work into points. Chain 2 and 2 more double crochets. Like that. So we want all 4 sides to match. So since we ended in a front post double crochet here, we have to start with 1 right here. So we'll always end with a front post double crochet before our point, and we'll always start with 1 on the other side. So go ahead and start with a front post double crochet and a regular double crochet into the top of the next. Front post double crochet and a regular double crochet. Front post and a regular. And we're going to repeat this pattern again until we get to our next chain 2 space. All right, made it to my next chain 2 space. My last stitch was a front post double crochet. So I'm going to go into the chain 2 space, or the point, and work my 2 doubles. Chain 2 and 2 more doubles. Just like that. Now I'm going to repeat what we've been doing all the way around until I make it back to my starting point. So remember, we're going to start off with the front post double, and then we do a regular double. Front post double, regular double, all the way until we get to our next chain 2 space. and then we work our point, which is 2 doubles, chain 2, 2 doubles, and then we start off again with the front post double, regular double, front post double, regular double. We're going to do this until we get back to our starting point. All right, I am coming to the end of round 3. My last stitch was the front post double crochet in with the slip stitch into your first double crochet there. Now what we're going to do is for round 4, we're going to repeat what we did on round 3. So we will slip stitch 2 times to our first chain 2 space. So there's 1 and 2. And we will chain 1, and we'll go ahead and go into that space and work our point. So 2 doubles, chain 2, and 2 more doubles. And again, we're going to start off with a front post double crochet and a regular double crochet into the next stitch, and front post double into the next. And as you can see, it is a front post double from the previous row, so our post stitches will stay lined up. Regular double crochet into the next, front post double into the next. So all we're doing for round 4 is repeating exactly what we just did for round 3. We're going to do the front post double crochet, regular double crochet repeat until we get to our points of our yoke here, and then that's where we'll put our 2 doubles, chain 2, 2 doubles, and then we're just going to continue around doing the same thing we did on round 3. So I'm going to work this. Round 4, repeat what we just did on round 3 until I get back all the way back around to my starting point. Okay, I'm coming to the round 4, 108 stitches now. I'm going to end by slip stitching into my first double crochet. Now we're going to start round 5. Round 5 will be the armhole row. So we're going to do our slip stitch 2 times to our first chain 2 space, like that. And all right, so I want to chain 1, and working in this chain 2 space, we're going to make the armholes now. I want to work just 2 regular double crochets into it. I don't want to work a complete point, just 2 regular double crochets, just like that. Now my work is facing me like this. I need to fold it in half this way, like that. Okay, so it's folded like that. I'm going to work a chain of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And in this chain 2 space right here, I'll show you one more time. We were like this. I chained 5. I'm going to take my work and fold it this way. And I'm going to be working in this space right here. So I want to go ahead and jump over to it and work 2 double crochets into that chain 2 space. So there's 1 and there's 2, just like that. And now I'm going to do my front post double crochet, back post, or front post double crochet, regular double crochet. So I'm going to start off with a front post double crochet, and then I'll do a regular double crochet, and then a front post double crochet and a regular double crochet. And I want to repeat this until I get to my next chain 2 space. Regular double crochet, front post double crochet, regular double, and front post double. And if you look, you can see we've made 1 armhole. Now I'm going to continue working this until I get to my next chain 2 space. Alright, I've made it over here to my next chain 2 space. My last stitch was a front post double. So I'm just going to go ahead and put 2 regular double crochets in here. And then I'm going to chain 5. And you see how it's folded up still. I'm just going to turn my work a little bit to where this chain 2 is facing me. And I'm going to work 2 double crochets into this chain 2 space. Like that. And that is our second armhole. And now I'm going to continue around doing the same thing. I'm going to start off with a front post. Double crochet. And a regular double crochet. Front post, double crochet, and a regular double crochet all the way until I get back to my starting point. Alright, so I've made it to the end here. Coming to the end around 5. I just ended in a front post double crochet, and I have the 2 stitches here that I started with. So I'm going to go ahead and end by slip stitching into my first double crochet. Should have a total now of 62 stitches. Now that is just counting these stitches across the front here and these stitches across the back. We do not count any of the sleeve stitches. So 62 stitches and then 2 chain 5 spaces is what you'll have. Now we're going to start round 6. We are going to chain 1, go back into that same spot and work a double crochet. And then we're going to work a front post double crochet around the next stitch. And now we're at our 5 chain spaces of the sleeve. We want to work 1 double crochet in each of those chain spaces. So you go into the chain space and double crochet. And you should have 5 because we did 5 chains. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now we want to put a front post double crochet into the next stitch like that, and then a regular double crochet into the top of the next, front post double around the next. Remember, we're just keeping the posts lined up, and a regular double, front post double, and regular double. So we're just going to continue doing this. This is round 6 that we're on until we get to our next chain 5 space, which we will do the same. Posts are lined up. Alright, again, I've made it to my next chain 2 space. My last stitch was a front post double crochet. Now I want to put 1 double crochet in each of these chain 5 spaces here. So there's 5. Now we're going to start off by working a front post double crochet into the next stitch and a regular double crochet into the next, and then a front post double and a regular double. And we're just going to continue this front post double, regular double crochet, repeat until we get to the end. Just keeping our post stitches lined up. All right, I have made it to the end of row 6. My last stitch was a front post double crochet. Go ahead and end by slip stitching into that first double crochet, and now you will have a total of 72 stitches at the end of round 6. That's what she looks like. All right, now we're going to start the skirt. So we are going to round 7, chain 1. We're going to go right back into the same spot that I just slip stitched into, and I'm going to work a shell. A shell is 5 double crochets in the same spot. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now I'm going to chain 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to skip 1 stitch, and I'm going to single crochet into the next. So skip and then single, and then I'm going to chain 3. I'm going to skip 1 stitch and shell into the next. So skip that one, and in the next one we put our 5 double crochets. Like that. So that will be what we're going to repeat all the way around. So again, we're going to chain 3. 1, 2, 3. We will skip 1 stitch and single into the next. And then we will chain 3. And we're going to skip 1 stitch and shell into the next. So 5 doubles again. Then we're going to do it again. We're going to chain 3, skip 1 stitch, single into the next. Chain 3, skip 1 stitch, and shell into the next. So this is what I'm going to repeat for round 7. Chain 3, skip 1, single into the next, chain 3, skip 1, and shell into the next. So I'm going to repeat this pattern all the way around until I get back to my starting point. All right, I've come to the end of round 7. Now you should have 18 shells, and this is how we will end it. I just did a single crochet. I did a shell, a chain 3, a single crochet. I have 1 stitch left to skip, so make sure you chain 3 after that one. After that last single crochet, skip this last stitch and end by slip stitching into your first stitch, first double crochet of your first shell. Now in round 7, like I said, 18 shells. Let's move on to round 8. So round 8 and 9 are going to be the repeat rounds for just a little bit. So round 8, we are going to slip stitch 2 times to the middle of our first shell. So there's 1 and there's 2. We're going to chain 1 and we're going to shell right back into that stitch. So 5 double crochets. There's 1, there's 5. Now what we're going to do is these two chain 3 spaces. We're going to go in directly through the first one and single crochet like that. Then we're going to chain 3 and we're going to go directly into the next one just like this and single crochet like that. And then we're going to find the middle of our next shell. So if you skip 2 stitches, skip, the next one will be the middle, and we're going to shell into that. Just like that. And now we're going to repeat that. So right here you got your 2 chain 3 spaces. We're going to go right into the first one, right after this shell. We don't do any chains after this. Go right through it and single crochet. Now we do a chain of 3 and go into the next chain 3 space right through it and single crochet like that. And then we find the middle stitch of our next shell. So if you count over, skip 2, the third one will be the middle, and do a shell. And that's the repeat now for round 8. Again, we will single crochet into our next chain 3 space, chain 3, single crochet into our next chain 3 space, and shell into the middle of our next shell. So I'm going to repeat this pattern that we're doing right now all the way around until I get back to my starting point. Alright, I'm coming to the end of round 8. I did my last single crochet here in this chain 3 space, and now I'm going to end. I'm not going to chain after it by slip stitching into my first double crochet of my first shell, and you'll have 18 shells still. You always have 18 shells, just like that. And now we'll start round 9. Now round 9 is very, very similar to round 7. What we're going to do though is we are going to slip stitch 2 times to the middle of our first shell. Chain 1 and go ahead and shell right back into that same spot. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's 5. Now what we're going to do is we are going to work a chain of 3, 1, 2, 3. We're going to single crochet into this chain 3 space right here, and then we're going to chain 3. And now we are going to shell in the middle of this shell right here. Like that. So that's kind of what it starts to look like. Let's go ahead and repeat that again. So we chain 3, 1, 2, 3. We're going to single crochet into this chain 3 space right here, and then we're going to chain 3 again, and then we will shell into the middle of the next shell. Like that. Again, chain 3, single crochet into this chain 3 space, chain 3, and shell into the middle of the next shell. So that's the repeat now for round 9. Chain 3, single crochet into middle of the chain space, chain 3, and shell into the middle of the next shell. Like that. We're going to keep repeating that all the way around. Alright, I've come to the end of round 9, and I did a single crochet there into that chain space. I chained 3. I'm going to end by slip stitching into my first double crochet of my first shell. 18 shells still at the end of round 9. So we're going to repeat round 8 and 9 until we get a total of 12 rounds. So it'll actually be 6 rounds of shells. So I'm on round 9. I'm getting ready to start round 10, which would be a repeat of round 8. So round 10 would be you slip stitch 2 times to the middle of your first shell, chain 1, go right back into it and shell, so 5 doubles. Like that. And now we're going to be working in these chain spaces. So we're going to go directly into the first chain space, single crochet, chain 3, and in the next chain 3 space, single crochet. And in the next shell, we work the middle of it, we work a shell. So for round 10, we're repeating what we did on round 8. Now we want to repeat rounds 8 and 9 for a total of 12 rounds. And that is 12 complete. I mean, that's starting from row 1 up here. So all the way down to 12. So you, like I said, you'll actually have 6 rows of shells. And then I will meet back up with you at the end of round 12. Okay, I have made it to the end of round 12. Now remember, that is starting from round 1 all the way down is round 12. So you'll have 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 set of shells. They actually look like kind of like circles, don't they? Well, anyways, now we're still doing the same thing, except for we're just going to increase the shell size. So for rounds 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, we're going to do them, we're going to increase the shell size. So the only difference is it's the same pattern, but instead of doing 5 double crochets for our shell, we're now going to do 7. So we're going to slip stitch 2 times, just like normal. We're on round 13 now. Chain 1. Now normally we would do 5 double crochets here. This is the only difference between these rows and the previous rows. We're going to do 7 double crochets now instead of 5. This will make the dress flare out a little bit more. 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7. And the rest of the pattern is the same as it was before. So I'm going to chain 3, single crochet into this chain 3 space, chain 3, and in the middle of this shell I'm going to do a shell of 7 double crochets now. So that's the only difference. See, that's just gonna make it flare out a little bit more. So we're on round 13 right now, or yeah, round 13. We're still repeating rows 8 and 9, but instead of doing 5 double crochets for our shells, we're now doing 7. Now when you start the round of 7 double, you have 7 shell double crochet, you will have to do one more slip stitch. So instead of 2, it's going to be 3 to get you to the center. That's the only difference. Just like that. And that'll bring you to the center of the 7 shells. Everything else is the same. So 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 are all going to be done with 7 double crochets as our shells. Everything else is the same, except for we went from 5 to 7. So go ahead and keep doing the pattern the same, making your shells 7 instead of 5 until you finish out round 18. Right, once you get your 18 rows done, now that's 18, remember, starting from row 1 all the way down. So you should have a total of 12 rows of shells now. Now we're going to increase again. We're doing the same thing, except for we're making our shells 9 double crochets as opposed to 7. So we had 6 rows of shells that were 5 double crochets, 6 rows of shells that were 7 double crochets. I'm trying to find my in here. And now we're going to do 6 rows of shells that are 9 double crochets. So it's getting wider at the bottom. So I already did 1. So what you would do now, we're doing everything the same that we did before, but now we're going to be slip stitching 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, as opposed to 3, which we did when we had 7 shells. Remember, I already did 1 row of 9, so this is 9 shells here. And then it's just the same thing. Chain 1, and you work 9 double crochets. It's 9 double crochets there, not 9 shells, I'm sorry. 9 doubles, and everything else is the same. All the chain spaces are the same. Everything is the same except for the amount of shells have grown to 9 as opposed to 7, which we did before. My hook's the same size, I just lost my other one. So, here we go. So, we just continue along. Now, doing the same thing as we did. 9 shells now instead of 7. We're going to do it for 6 more rounds. So, rounds 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24 are all going to be 9 shells, or 9 double crochets in each cell. So that's what we're going to do now. And then after that, we'll do an edging. So how's that sound? So remember, we did 6 rows of shells that had 5 double crochets, 6 rows of shells that had 7 double crochets, and now we're going to do 6 more rows of shells that have 9 double crochets as the shell. Everything else, all the chain spaces in between, are all the same. We do not change them at all. So I'm going to get going. I'm going to finish out my 6 rows of 6 rows made with the 9 double crochets for the shell, and then I'll meet back up with you. All right, I have made it. Finished round 24 of the dress, and that is starting from round 1 all the way down would be round 24, or you'll have 18 rows of shells, however you want to count it. Okay, round 25. You guys ready for this? I'm going to put an edge on it, but first the edging is going to consist of 2 rows. Okay, just a second, I came undone here. Okay, so I ended my round 24 here by slip stitching into my shell, just like normal. Okay, so I want to start by getting into the middle of that shell, so I'm going to slip stitch 4 times. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So now I'm in the middle of that shell. What I'm going to do is chain 1. I want to go back into that shell and put a single crochet. That. Now I'm going to chain 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to come right here into this next chain space, and I'm going to put a V stitch. So I'm going to double crochet, chain 1, go back in it again, and double crochet. So that is going to be my V stitch. Double crochet, chain 1, double crochet. Now I'm going to chain 3 again. 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to find the center of this shell and single crochet. There we go. And that's what I'm going to repeat all the way around now for round 25. Again, I will chain 3. 1, 2, 3. Right here in this chain space, I'm going to do a V stitch. So I'm going to go right through this chain space, and I'm going to work a double crochet, chain 1, and then another double crochet. There's my V stitch. Now I'm going to chain 3, and then I'm going to find the center of this shell, which is actually the 5th stitch, and single crochet, just like that. And this is what I'm going to do all the way around. Again, I'm going to chain 3. 1, 2, 3. V stitch right here into this chain 3 space. Double crochet, chain 1, double crochet is our V stitch. I'm going to chain 3 and single crochet into the middle of our next shell. Just like that. So that's the pattern I'm going to repeat now for round 25. This is kind of just leveling the playing field at the bottom, and then I'll do one final edging stitch in white. So I'm going to continue around repeating this pattern. Chain 3 right here in this chain space. I'm going to do a V stitch. So double, chain 1, double, chain 3, and single into the middle of this shell. Just like that. So I'm going to repeat this pattern all the way around until I get back to my starting point. Alright, I'm coming to the end of round 25. Did my V stitch there. Chained 3. Now I'm going to end by slip stitching into my first single crochet that I made, and then I'm going to clip my yarn, tie this off, clip it, and you'll have 18 V stitches and 18 single crochets at the end of that round. Okay, one more round on the skirt here. Okay, I'm going to bring in some white. Actually, it's not really white, it's off-white, I guess. But alright, so you want to start, you can start anywhere. Just kind of where you left off. Let me find out where I left off. Somewhere near that section. Let me get it set up here to where you can see what I'm doing better. Now, this is going to be the final round. Round 26. So I just stopped here. I'm going to go ahead and start right back there where I just ended. I'm going to pull my yarn through, and I'm going to chain 1. Now that chain 1 is going to count as a slip stitch. Now I'm going to be working my shells in the V stitches this time. So I'm going to yarn over, I'm not going to chain, go into here, and I'm going to start double crocheting. . you want to do a total of 13 double crochets. Big old shell, isn't it? That's the monster shell. Just like that. Now I'm going to go to my next single crochet right here on top of this shell. I'm going to slip stitch right into it. Just like that. Here we go. That's it. That's what we're going to do all the way around. You ready? We're going to jump to the next V-stitch, and we're going to do our super duper extra large shell of 13 double crochets into the V-stitch. Slide them over if you need to. Now we're going to jump over here to that next single crochet and slip stitch into it. So that's it. That's what we're going to do. It's probably going to become kind of roughly. Well, that's okay. So I'm going to keep working this pattern all the way around. Just 13 double crochets into each one of these V-stitches, and then you just slip stitch into the single crochet of the next shell until you get back to your starting point. Alright, come to the end of round 26, and I just did my last shell, and I'm going to end by slip stitching into that chain one, or just in that same space as that single crochet there would be fine. Just slip stitch into that, tie that off. 18 shells on that round, and that will complete the skirt of the dress. Now, hey, we're almost finished. Now, I'm going to go around the neckline a little bit and clean it up, and then we can call it a day. So I'm going to start in the back here. I'm just saying the back is where let's see. I don't know. I guess it's kind of the side. You just start whatever side you want to start on. Doesn't matter. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my main color, which is my bluish green color here, and I'm going to start. You can start anywhere you want, but all I'm going to do is put one single crochet in every stitch all the way around like this. So up around the all the way around like this, up around the sleeve, back around, up the sleeve, and then back where you started. Just one in every stitch. So just go ahead and start off in any stitch that you choose. Chain one and a single crochet back into that same stitch. We have the right, make sure you have the right side of your work facing you. See how my posts are facing me? That way the stitches are on the right side. And now I'm going to work around, putting one single crochet in every stitch. Try to hide that tail as I go underneath my stitches. Now I'm going to show you what you do when you get up here to where points are. You don't really do anything different. There's no extra stitches. You just continue going around. Shouldn't be any break. See, here's where the point started. there's no difference here. You just continue putting one single crochet in every stitch, because we started out with that row of single crochet. So I'm going to work my way around the whole collar and up around the top of the sleeves until I make it back to my starting point. One single in every stitch. And clean up that edge. Nice. Alright, I've made it back to my starting point, and I'm going to go ahead and end by slip stitching into my first single crochet. You should have 64 stitches, because that's what we started with. So go ahead and tie that off, and I'm going to go around with a row of white. So go ahead and clip that off. Okay, so I'm going to take my other color, color B. I'm going to start somewhere around the same spot. I'm going to be working a reverse single crochet now. Otherwise known, some people call it a crab stitch. I always call it just a reverse single. It's not hard to do once you get to going on it. All it is a single crochet, but we're going to be working it in the opposite direction as we just worked this single crochet. So just start somewhere around here where you ended off in any stitch. So I'm going to go into this stitch, chain one. Now I'm going to go back into the same stitch and start out with a single crochet, regular single crochet. Now remember, we're going to be working the reverse single in the opposite direction, so we're going to be working this way. So what I'm going to do is go into the next stitch, it's not hard, and just single crochet. Just like that. It's real easy once you get the hang of it. Go into the next stitch. It seems a little awkward at first, but really it's not. And single crochet. Next stitch, go into it, single crochet. See that? Next stitch, go into it, and a single crochet. And as you can see what it's doing, it's just kind of making like a little loop around, kind of added detail. Now if you're not comfortable doing the reverse single crochet, you can just do another round of single crochet in your color B, or another one in the color A if you prefer just regular, if you have trouble doing the reverse. But it just, once you get the hang of it, it's real easy. Just go right in and single crochet. We're just working from the opposite direction, but it's just a simple single crochet. So I am going to do this reverse single all the way around until I get back to my starting point. So it looking all twisted up like that, that's normal. That's how it's supposed to look. It's just the way it looks. So I'm going to continue that until I get back here again. Alright, once you make it back around, you want to go ahead and slip stitch into this first single crochet that we made, and you should have 64 stitches. If you don't, it's okay. Somewhere close to that is fine. I don't think anybody's going to come up and count. If they do, that would be weird. So it is a little difficult to get in that first single crochet to slip stitch. I got it. I got it. That's it, guys. Now what we need to do is hide any remaining tails that we have. Now remember, if you could not get that reverse single crochet down, doing regular single crochet would be fine. So I'm going to take a moment. I'm not going to do anything on the sleeves. You can go single crochet around them if you want in the white, whatever color you want. I'm going to leave them be. So I'm finished, other than hiding some tails. So I'll be right back. Alright, I am finished with the dress. What do you guys think? I think it turned out cute. I guess the question is, will my daughter like it? I sure hope so, or I'll never hear the end of it. But that's it. I hope you guys enjoyed my tutorial. I hope you were able to follow along okay. Now, if you make this or anything else from any of my tutorials, I would love to see a picture of it. You follow me on Instagram and tag me there. You can follow me on Facebook, show me there. I'll put links to all that stuff below in the description box. I always like to see the creations people make from my patterns. And I'm also going to put a playlist of all my tutorials over there on the right hand side. Hundreds of them. Hundreds of them. If you haven't seen them, check them out. Don't forget to hit that like, subscribe. Thanks, everybody. Have a good day. Hi everybody, this is Crystal. So today I'm going to show you how to make that dress you saw in the picture. Now I will try to fling it up here. It's poofy and it's big, so you're probably not going to be able to see it real well, but it's got little dandelions on it because she took pictures outside in it. See that dandelion seed? Okay, it has all this colored tulle on it. This flower I got off of eBay, but you can get any type of flower at a craft store. You don't even have to put the flower on if you don't want to. But it's got the straps here, and then the back velcros. So it's actually just the crochet part. It's just one. It's really easy. Straight. I'm sorry, it's so poofy. It's taking up my whole desk. It's just one straight across rows of single crochet, and then the straps are added, and then it velcros up around her back and ties around her neck, as you've seen in the picture. So I'm going to remove this because it's taking up my whole desk. I'm going to show you what all you're going to need. Okay, show you everything you're going to need for this project. Okay, for the top, for the yarn, I use Caron Simply Soft, which is just a 4-ply, 100% medium weight acrylic. You don't have to use this. Any type of 4-ply yarn will work. This doesn't take much. This wasn't even a full skein when I started, so probably a half a roll, probably or less of that. And then I used a size I, which is a 5.5 millimeter crochet hook. Okay, now also you're going to need tulle. Now this is the tulle I got, and this tulle came from Walmart. There were 31 yards per roll. Now I got 8 different colors. I got red, orange, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, purple, and pink. So, but you can get as many different colors as you want, or you can make it all one solid color. But you're going to need about 300 yards total. So I had to buy 2 rolls of each color, of 2 rolls of my 8 color. I didn't use all of the second roll, not much of any of it. I know a little bit of it, but since I did it in 8 colors, I had to buy 1 of each color. Of course, if you do it in a solid color, you're going to need about 320 yards of tulle, maybe. Something like that. But don't open them all at once in case you can save your receipt in case you get too many, because that's just an estimate. So you can take it back if you got too much. So it's always good to have too much. I think that too little, you can always take it back. But this is 6 inches thick. That's what I got. And then you are going to need Velcro. This came from Walmart. Also, it's in across from the buttons in the sewing section. It's 5/8 inch thick Velcro. And what you want to, I used hot glue to put my Velcro on, so you're going to need hot glue. If you don't want to do that, you can use a regular sewing thread and needle and sew it on also. Either way works fine. And also, when you start to use the tulle, it gets really staticky like this, and it bunches up into one big ball. So what you have to do to get that out and make it look nice and straight is you need a spray bottle, and then you need some liquid fabric softener and some water. So what you do is you take probably, I don't know, a 1/4 cup of fabric softener, mix it with a 1.5 cups, 2 cups of water, something like that. Shake it up real good, and then at the end, or while you're putting the tulle on, just whenever you need to and it starts to get really staticky, I'll show you how to do it in the video. You just spray it all over your tulle and comb it out with your hands, and that'll make it lay nice and straight. But if you don't have this to straighten it out, it's really going to be a big ball of static. So you really need to do that. Any brand of fabric softener is fine. As long as it's liquid, you don't have to use that brand. But in your spray bottle and your water. And I think that's all that you need if you want to put that rose on or some type of flower on in the front. So let's go ahead and get started on it. It's actually pretty easy. Okay, the size I made is for my daughter. Now it'll probably fit a size 2 to 4-year-old. Now you can adjust the tulle length for as long or as short as you want it, you know, by cutting it shorter or longer. And you can actually adjust how big around the waist it is. Now I chained for my size 81 stitches. Now if you want it bigger or smaller, you want your chain stretched, not real tight, but stretched a little bit, to wrap around your child's like right underneath the armpit area, and you want to make it overlap each other about 3/4 of an inch. It needs to overlap, maybe an inch. So it needs to overlap the back about an inch. That's how you can adjust the size. So your chain would wrap around the child's, you know, like the underarm area, chest area, chest I guess, and make your chain wrap around like that, about an inch over. That way you can put your Velcro and stuff on the back later. But that's kind of how you can adjust. That's how I measured for Evelyn. That's the way I did it. So, but if you want to do it for like a 2 to 4, this will fit. You want to chain 81, because that's what I did. I'm going to show you on a smaller scale because I already did it, but it's really simple. Once you get your chain 81 done, you just want to single crochet in the second stitch from the hook, and then it's just 1 single crochet in every stitch for the length of the chain. Okay, if you're following me and you chained 81, when you get to the end of the row, you should have 80 stitches. Now, from now on, we should always have 80 stitches if you're following along with me. And now we're just going to chain 1 and turn. And then we single crochet right here back into this very, very first stitch. And then it's just 1 single crochet across in every stitch. So basically, we're just, for this bodice part, dress top, we're just doing rows of single crochet. It's really easy. So it's 1 single in every stitch until you get to the end. And when you get to the end, you still should have 80 stitches if you're following me. If you're doing a different size, you just need to have the same number of stitches at the end of every row. And then when you get to the end, you just chain 1 and turn and go across again. Now what you want to do is you want to do a total of 12 rows of 1 single crochet in every stitch. And remember, 80 single crochets, if you're following me, at the end of every row. Just start again. Chain 1 and turn. Working that very, very first stitch. Single crochet. And repeat it. Repeat that last row. So back and forth rows of 1 single crochet in every stitch for a total of 12 rows. Okay, once you get your 12 rows of single crochet done, now remember, you can make this as long as you want for the top part of the dress, or as short as you want. But what I'm going to do now is do a couple rows to attach the tulle to. So I'm going to chain 1 and turn. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do single crochets again, but I'm going to work in the front loop only. So you see that each stitch has 2 loops. So here's the front one, the one that's closest to me, and the back loop is the one that's furthest away. So what I want to do is go into this very first stitch, but I'm just going to go into that front 1 loop and single crochet, just like that. And then again, front loop only, of the next stitch and the front loop only of every stitch, so all the way to the end of the row. So just like that, one single in the front loop only of every stitch until I get to the end of the row. And I still should have 80 stitches when I make it to the end. Okay, once you make it to the end of that row, and we just did the single crochets in the front loops, what we're going to do now is tie off at the end of that row. So we're going to clip our yarn now. And now we're not going to turn our work. What we're going to do is come right back over here. And we're going to work in those back loops that we didn't work in before. So we're going to start here, but if you flip it over, you can see these back loops that we did not work in. Now we're going to work in them. So you want to start into that very first one there. Let's go ahead and get your hook in there and start your yarn in that back loop and chain one. And now we're going to go back into that same loop, same first loop, and single crochet. So now we're going to work all the way across, working one single crochet in those back loops that we skipped on the previous row. And if you look close, you can see it right here. Just go right into it. Single crochet, and then the next one's right here. It might be kind of hard to see in with my white yarn, but you should be able to see it pretty good if you're looking at it on your piece. Right there's my next one. So I'm just doing the same thing I did on the last row, except for I'm working in this back loop that we didn't work into last time. And I'm going to work in every stitch. Now what that's doing, if you look, it's giving us 2 layers on the same row here. So we'll be able to put tulle on this layer and double up on this second layer back here. That way it's nice and thick and you shouldn't be able to see through it. So I'm going to continue working across, putting my one single crochet in every stitch, back loop only, until I get back to the beginning. Remember, working in the back loops that we skipped on the last round. So it's kind of like we're working on the last row. It's kind of like we're working the same row, because we worked the front loops last time and now we're working the back loops on the same row. But we just want to continue this until we get to the end, and we still should have our 80 stitches when we make it to the end of this row. And that is what it kind of looks like. It's just kind of thicker there, double rowed up. Okay, when you make it to the end of that row of working in the back loop, we're just going to tie off again. So just go ahead and tie your yarn off again. You can hide them tails if you want. So now we have 2 layers that on the bottom here. So this will be the bottom that we're going to hook our tulle to later here. But now we're going to work on the top. So make this the front of your work, where these last rows that you did are facing the right way. So that'll be the front side, just like this. Okay, for the straps, what you want to do is since I had 80 stitches of single crochet, what I did is I counted from this side all the way in 35 stitches, and I put a stitch marker. And then I did the same from this end, 35 stitches, and then I put a stitch marker. So I have 10 stitches left empty in between my marker. Now if you made yours bigger, just all you got to do is count to where you have 10 stitches in between your marker for your straps. And I think that'll work for any size if you make it a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller. But if you're doing like a lot bigger, you might want to do you know, a few more stitches for the straps. But if you're just doing a size bigger or a size smaller, I think the 10 stitches here left in between will be good enough. And what you want to do is start your yarn, just work facing you like this, up here in the corner, very first stitch. Chain one single crochet back into that same stitch. Now we're going to work one single crochet in every stitch until you get to the stitch marker. Okay, now once we get up to the stitch marker, we're not going to single crochet into the stitch marker. Okay, I'm going to single crochet into the one next to the stitch marker. And now I'm going to make a long chain. Now this is going to be the strap that goes up over the shoulder and ties around the neck. So it's going to have to be kind of long. So and again, this is something that can be adjusted to for however, you know, long you want it to be. I'm going to do 56 chains for mine. I think maybe that'll be enough to go around and make a small tie in the back. So 56, that's what I did. And that's what I'm going to do on the other side too. So if you do the same as me, that's fine. If you do yours shorter, or you might want to do yours quite a bit longer, just make sure you keep that number in mind so you can do it on the other strap too. So once you get the chain amount that you want, again I did 56, we're going to single crochet in the second stitch from the hook. But what I'm going to do is flip my yarn over, and you see this bump on the back there, that one loop. I'm going to work into that loop. Now you don't have to do it this way, you can do it regular, but this makes a cleaner chain if you do it this way. And I'm going to work every stitch on the back of the chain and that one little loop, little bump there that's on the back of each stitch. Every single crochet is going to go into that. So here's the front of the chain. If you just flip it, you can see that little bump on each stitch. And it's just one loop, and that's what I'm going to go into. It takes a little bit more time, but it makes your chain look a lot nicer. Therefore your strap's going to look a lot nicer. And if you can't get this, that's fine. You can just do it the regular way. It's not going to hurt anything. But I'm going to do this all the way down for the length of my chain. And oh, if you look at it now, you can see that it makes it look a little bit neater, I think. But I'm going to do that all the way down my chain until I get down to here. Okay, I've made it to the end of my chain here, and I'm just going to, now what I'm going to do is single crochet into the stitch that has the stitch marker. So I went all the way to the end of my chain, single crochet into this stitch that has the marker, and you can take that marker out. Now you can look and see, you look at your chain, you might have to hold it here and give it a little bit of a stretch, and that's the chain. Remember, you can always adjust that length if you don't want it as long or as short as mine. Now I'm going to continue putting 1 single crochet in every stitch until I get to my next stitch marker. So we're cleaning up these edges while we're making the straps. Okay, now this time we're going to single crochet into the stitch with the marker, and then we're going to make our chain. So I chained 56, so I'm going to do that again. And again, I'm going to go down the chain, working my single crochet, starting in the second stitch from the hook and working in that back little bump loop here on the back of the chain. So single crochet into that second stitch, just working in that one loop on the back of the chain. And I'm going to do this all the way down again, just like I did on the last strap. So it's going to be the same. And remember, if you can't having trouble getting this little bump or that one loop on the back of the chain, you can do it regular. It's still going to be the same. It's not going to make any difference to the pattern anyways. So I'm going to go ahead and finish this until I get this strap made. Okay, I've made it to the end of my chain again. Now remember, we started with a single crochet in the one with our slip, or where our stitch marker is. So we're going to single crochet into the next stitch, and we can take out that stitch marker. And I like to hold my piece right here and give my chain a nice stretch. Or my strap, like that. And now I'm just going to continue single crocheting until I get to the end of the row. 1 single crochet in every stitch. So we have both our straps made now. And now we're just finishing up, cleaning up this top edge here. And then we can get started on the tulle. Okay, once you make it to the end of the row, just go ahead and tie that off. Clip your yarn. And then you can hide these tails. So that's what it kind of looks like. You got your straps here. That should tie around. And remember the spacing. You could have made that bigger or smaller. I know some people just don't even have no spacing in between. They make your, I think I've seen that. They're chained right together and then it goes around. But however you want to do that, you know, you could have made it wider or smaller than mine. And then we'll go ahead and the right side is still facing us. We're going to start putting the tulle down here on these 2 rows of single crochet down here. Okay, what I do is I take the roll of tulle and I just take my scissors, a nice sharp pair, and with the wrapper still on it, I just slice it in half. It takes me a little bit, but all the way around. You don't have to do it that way. But then you come up with 2 halves like this. And that's the size that we'll be using this, because this is a 6-inch roll and we're using these 3-inch pieces. Now you don't have to do it that way, but that's how I do it. Kind of slice it in half. You can also use like a razor blade or something. Works too. My husband helped me slice some of them. I think he used the razor blade, and I found the scissors work the best. So nice pair of sharp scissors. Cut it in half like that. And then you want to make your tool. You can make it as long as you want. However long you want your dress to be. It can be short, it can be long, depending on what size child you're making it for. But however long you want it, double the length of it. Because it'll be in half. Put in half. Like this. It'll go on like that. So mine is about, I'm gonna guess, I don't have a tape measure, 4 feet. Maybe 50 inches. Each of my, so it's probably like 3 inches across by 50. Now remember, you don't have to make it that long, and you don't have to, I mean, you can make it longer. It depends on whatever you want. But you want to put 2 pieces together at that same length, in this, if you're doing different colors like I am, in the same color. So I got 2 reds here. And I'm putting them together. Now tulle is not really the funnest to work with, and nor is definitely not the easiest, but it is time consuming. It's a little tedious, but it makes a really pretty project when it's finished. As you can see, it's giving me trouble the very first one I'm doing. Okay, line your 2 pieces up. Okay, I got them lined up together. Now come to your piece. Okay, you want to take your tool, and remember we have the right side of our work facing us. And we're going to work on this bottom row first, and then we'll go work on the top row. So we're going to put this tool on kind of like we put fringe on. So split your 2 rows in half, and remember we're working down here first. Go into that very first stitch here. It's always the hardest one to go into. Like that. Now take your 2 pieces of tulle and kind of lay them on top of each other the best that you can. And what we're going to do, kind of fold them in half to where they're equal on the bottom. And you just take it and grab your tulle and pull it through that stitch like that. Put your hand in between there like that, and then make sure they're equal at the bottom still. And if they're off a little bit, just adjust them. It don't have to be perfect because we will trim it up at the end. But then just take them and pull them right through that loop. And pull it nice and tight. Now we're going to do that on every single stitch across the bottom. And then we're going to do it on every single stitch across the top. So it's going to get really tight looking. Really poofy looking. So now you grab your next color, or if you're using the same color or whatever, you get your 2 pieces of tulle that you cut and you put them on top of each other the best that you can. Kind of fold them in half to where they're equal at the bottom. And then you go directly into the next stitch on the bottom. Make sure you're getting the next stitch. Don't skip any stitches. Go right through it. Take your tulle. Here's the top of my work. Pull it through like that. Put your hand through it. Make sure they're still equal at the bottom. And if they're not, straighten them out. And then pull them through nice and tight. Like that. Pull them nice and tight. Now it's going to get really bunchy. And that's what you want. You want to try to minimize the see-through of the tulle as best as you can. So take your next color, or whatever colors you're using, put your 2 pieces of tulle together, and go into the next stitch on the bottom here. Grab your tulle, pull it through like that. Put your hand through, make sure they're equal at the bottom, or as best as you can get them. Bring it back here, and then grab those pieces and pull them through. Pull it really tight, tight as you can get it, like that. And then you move on to your next color. Grab your two pieces, put them together as best as you can. Make sure they're kind of equal at the bottom if you can get them that way. Go directly into the next stitch. Make sure you're getting the next stitch, because sometimes it looks like there's tulle in that stitch, but there's really not. Go into the next one. Pull your tulle through. Put your fingers through it like that. Pull it to where it's pretty close to being equal. And then pull it through again. Nice and tight. And you can see it's really starting to, the more you do, it's gonna bunch up and get wavy, and that's fine. You want it to be thick. You don't want it to be see-through. And at the end, it still might be a little see-through. You know, you might, it'd be on your discretion whether you want to put little leggings on or some type of slip or something. Go to the next stitch. Do the same thing with whatever colors you're choosing to use. Pull it through. Get them equal at the bottom, the best that you can. Remember, it does not have to be perfect, because we'll trim it up a bit at the end. Pull it nice and tight. Like that. Next color. Do the same thing. Two pieces of tulle together. Go into the very next stitch. I always gotta look close. Sometimes it's hard for me to see. Just make sure you're not skipping any stitches, because you want to get as much tulle on this dress as possible. Oh. Pull that nice and tight, like that. And you go for your next color. Got your two pieces together. Find your next stitch. Through. And just do the same thing you've been doing. Get them kind of equal at the bottom. And then pull them right through the loop. Pull it nice and tight. That. Next color. Nice and tight, just like that. Now I'm going to start, that's my collar pattern. Now I'm going to start it over again. Go into the next stitch. Remember, make sure you're getting, sometimes you have to pull your tulle over to make sure you're getting the correct stitch. You don't want to miss any. I've noticed using different colors here that some of the colors are stiffer than others. It's kind of weird, but I guess that's just the dye, maybe. Pull it tight, like that. And I'm just going to repeat that. As you can see, it's going to be tight, it's going to be thick. You want to repeat that on this bottom layer all the way to your last stitch. And then what you do is you start completely over on the top layer, doing the same thing. You start the same color here, right up here on this top layer. So I'm going to start my red, Then my next stitch will be my orange and the yellow again, or whatever colors you're using. If you're using one solid color, that's fine. But I'm going to do the exact same thing that I'm doing right here on this bottom layer all the way to the end. And I'm going to do the same, I'm going to do it on the top all the way to the end. So it's going to be a lot of tulle, and like I said, it's going to be pretty thick, but that's what you want it to look like. You want it to be thick. So I'm going to finish this up. I'm going to go all the way across the bottom, and then I'm going to start into my top stitch, or my first stitch on this top row that we made, and do the same thing. So we'll have 2 layers exactly the same, and then we'll get that finished up, and then we'll put some Velcro and stuff on the back of our dress. Okay, now what you want to do, excuse my mess here, I don't have a lot of space, is you want to take your softener that you mixed up, and it's this, I've already sprayed a little bit, but it's probably going to be a big staticky ball of mess. So all you do is just mist it down, get in between the layers, and it takes a little while. Then you just take it and you comb it and get all those pieces coated with your fabric softener mix, and that's what will tame it down. Just keep doing this, spraying. You probably got to do it for a while. Make sure, comb with your fingers, get in between the rows. But this is when it's going to take that big ball of matted stuff and make it look not, you know, halfway presentable. So you just do this to the whole thing, front and back. Make sure you're getting in, coating every piece with your fabric softener, and this will help it lay down. Now these tulle dresses, they'll tend to get staticky again pretty quick. So if you're making this for something special, you might want to carry a little bottle of spray with you so you can spray it down. You know, because they do pick up it. The tulle picks up static real easy, and you just have to keep working it like this until it lays straight. Like I said, I've been doing it for a little while already. Mine was a complete ball of, just a ball of a mess. So, but now mine's starting to lay down a little bit. And once you get it all laid flat, then you can take it and cut them all equal to your desired length. However long or short you want it. Just get them all cut the same length, which I've already kind of been working on too. So I'm going to finish doing that, getting all the static out of it, making sure I didn't miss any when I was cutting it, getting them all the same length. So this part will take a bit to get your tulle all tamed down, looking nice. But really, it's pretty easy to get it done. It's just a little time consuming. Just keep spraying it, coating all your pieces until it lays flat. Like that. Okay, now what you want to do is take your Velcro and Velcro your pieces together and measure it out to where it comes not all the way to the top, probably that last row, and then the last row from the bottom, and clip it off like that. And then all you want to do is hot glue that on. Now you can sew it on if you prefer. I'm just gonna hot glue it. Okay, so I got the back of my piece facing me right now. So what I want to do is undo your pieces here. You want, it's gonna fold up like this. So you want one piece to be on the back, and just hot glue it right on like that, real easy. And then the other piece to be on the front, and you just hot glue that on, just like that. Sorry, the bad angle here. And then they'll clip on like that together. They'll fold over and clip. So hot glue one piece on the back, and then flip it over onto the front side. This is the front of my work. It doesn't matter which piece you use. Hot glue it on the front, right towards, kind of towards the edge like that. Both pieces. Make sure you get a hot glue good. Remember, you can sew it on too with the thread and needle if you feel like that's would be better. but I think hot glue is going to work pretty good because it's just kind of a dress that you wear on a special occasion. You know, you're not going to wash it and wear it all the time. So I'm just going to go ahead and hot glue my 2 pieces on. Hi everybody, this is Crystal. So today I'm going to show you how to make the dress that you've seen my daughter wearing in the picture. Now this dress is sized to fit 6X. That's US terms. Now my daughter is only 4 years old, but she is big for her age. So she wears a size 6X. If you're not from the US and you're not familiar with those terms, that means that it will fit an average size 6-year-old. But like I said, my daughter is 4, but she is big for her age. She's always tops out the percentage chart at her doctor's appointment. So that's what size I'm making. I can give you some measurements here. From the neck here down to the point, show you up here, from the neckline I just showed you down to the final point of the final shell is about 20 inches. The skirt part, just from the bottom of the yoke down to the final point of the final shell, is about 16 inches. Yoke is about 4 inches. Okay, so that's the size. Now you can make it for a size 4T, 5T, which again, that is US terms. And if you do not know what that means, it means it will fit an average size 4 to 5-year-old. It doesn't mean it'll fit every 4 to 5-year-old. It just means the average size one. So if you have a 4 or 5-year-old that's a bit larger, you probably need to make a bigger one. Or if you have one that's a little smaller, I don't have any other sizes than that available. Now the only way you could do the 4 to 5 would be to drop down a hook size. That's what I always do, and that will make it a size smaller. Okay, so it's relatively easy pattern to do. It does have a single crochet, double crochet, some shells, some V-stitches. The hardest stitch on it is probably the picot, and it's not even hard at all. I will show you how to do it. Here's the back. Not much of a seam that's visible. I like it. And it is see-through. That's what it looks like. It just starts out here and gradually gets wider as I go down. Okay, so I'll move that out of the way here. Now I know you're going to ask what she wears underneath that. Any slip would work, but this is what my daughter always usually wears under the dresses that I make her. It's just it's thicker than a slip. It's kind of like a really thin see-through cotton dress. Now I purchased this on Amazon, so I will put a link to that below in the description box. It's not an affiliated link. I purchased for her every, you know, a lot of times she's went up in sizes, but this is always the one that she's always wearing under her dresses. Okay, enough about that. Let's talk about the yarn I use. The yarn that I use is called a Lion brand Pima cotton. It is a very nice drapey soft cotton yarn. It's a very nice yarn. It's a medium weight number 4. Now you do not have to use this yarn. Absolutely do not have to use it. But you do need to use a medium weight number 4. But this being cotton makes it it's very soft. Pima cotton soft, and it being cotton though makes it a little bit not so heavy for summer. But anyways, there are 186 yards per ball. I went through 2 3/4. You're gonna need about 500 yards to make the dress of 4 weight. Remember, you don't have to use this. You don't even have to use cotton. You can use acrylic. I've used acrylic many times for a lot of my baby dresses, so that's fine. But there's a color in case you're interested. And then now for the 6xx size that I am making, you're going to need to use a J, which is a 6mm crochet hook. Now, if you want to make it to fit 4T, 5T size, remember those are US sizes, I would use a size I, which is a 5.5mm. Now, I'm not going to tell you that you can go down more and make it smaller because I'm not 100% certain. Now, that's something you can definitely try. I honestly don't see why it wouldn't work, but don't hold me to that because I don't know. But if you do drop down a size or go up a size or whatever you do and it works out, let everybody know in the comments what you did to make it bigger or smaller. That way they can do the same. So what we're going to do is we're going to start out with a slip knot on our hook. Now remember, if you're making it for the 6 size or the 4-5, regardless, it is the same pattern. The only difference is the hook size. So you still follow me the same. Now we're going to start out with a chain of 64 chains. Now we're going to be making a long chain and slip stitching it to form one large ring. So 64. All right, once you get your chain of 64 made, we're going to follow it down without twisting our chain, and we're going to slip stitch into the first stitch to form one large ring. So it's just a pull over the headdress. So slip stitch right through there. Now we're going to start by chaining 1. We're going to go right back into that same spot that we slip stitched into and single crochet. And now we're going to work 1 single crochet in every stitch all the way around. Just like this. So we're just going to continue working 1 single crochet in every stitch until we get back to our starting point. Alright, so I've made it around and I'm coming to the end of round 1. And you should have a total of 64 stitches, and we're going to go ahead and end by slip stitching into our first single crochet. Not the chain 1 that we made, but the first single crochet. And that'll end round 1. Now, if that seems big to you, don't worry about it, because at the end we go around the neck a couple times, so we'll take care of that. Okay, so now we're going to start round 2. We're going to chain 1. And what we want to do is put 3 double crochets in a row, and then the next stitch we'll put 2 double crochets into the same stitch. So remember, the chain 1 don't count as a stitch, so we're going to go right back there into that same stitch that we just slip stitched into, and that'll be our first double crochet. And we want 3 of them in a row. So there's 1, go to the next one, 2, and the next one, 3. Now the next one will get 2 double crochets into the same stitch. Just like that. And that's what we're going to repeat the whole way around. 1 double crochet into the next 3 stitches. So 1, 2, 3, and then 2 doubles into the next. One double into the next 3 stitches. There's 1, 2, and 3, and 2 into the next. So I'm going to go ahead and repeat this process of 3 double crochets in a row and then 2 doubles into the next, all the way around until I get back to my starting point. Alright, I've made it to the end of round 2, Now your last stitch should have had 2 double crochets in it, and you should have a total of 80 stitches now. So we're going to end round 2 by slip stitching into our first double crochet, and then we'll start round 3. Round 3 is a repeat of round 2. So we're going to chain 1, and we're going to do the exact same thing that we just did on round 2 for round 3. So we're going to put 3 double crochets in a row. Your first one always goes right there where you just slip stitch. So there's 1, 2, and 3, and then we're going to put 2 double crochets into the next. So this is easy round. 1 double crochet into the next 3, and 2 doubles in the next. So for round 3, I'm just repeating what I just did on round 2, and I'm going to go ahead and repeat that all the way around until I get back to my starting point. Alright, I've come to the end of round 3. Again, you should have ended with 2 double crochets into your last stitch, and now you should have 100 stitches total. Let's go ahead and end by slip stitching into our first double crochet, and we're going to start round 4. Round 4 is the armhole row, or the armhole round. So we will chain 1. Does not count as a stitch. We want to put a double crochet into the first 15 stitches. So always the first one goes right here where we just slip stitch. So we need 15 double crochets in a row. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I got my 15 doubles in a row. Now we're going to work a chain of 9. Now don't work it like extremely tight, because we will have to go back into these chain spaces and work later. So chain 9. There's 1, 2. So I got my chain of 9. Now I'm going to skip 20 stitches. So there's 20, and the next one after the 20th stitch there, with this chain 9 still on our hook, we're going to go ahead and double crochet into that stitch. That is 1 armhole made. So there's 20 stitches skipped in between. Now we want to working across the front of the dress now, and we want to do a double crochet in the next 30 stitches. So this double crochet that we just made counts as number 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we want to do a 30 across the front. Okay, so I've got my 30 stitches across the front. Now I'm going to make my other armhole, so I'm going to do a chain of 9 again. And I'm going to skip 20, just like we did on the other side. So there's 20, and then the next one with this chain 9 still on my hook, I'm going to double crochet there into that next one. There's your second armhole. Now we want to go ahead and finish out by putting a double crochet in the remaining stitches. Counting this one here, you should have a total of 15. So that was number 1. This would be number 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I went ahead and ended, and I did have 15 stitches there to end, and I'm going to go ahead and end around 4 by slip stitching into my first double crochet, and you will have now a total of 60 stitches. Now we did the 15 on this side and the 15 on this side, and then we had the 30 in front. We're not counting the 20 that we skipped, and we're not counting the chain 9 spaces right now. So 60 all together, 30 in back, 30 in front. Now let's go ahead and start round 5, which will be the last round of the yoke. So we are going to chain 1, and we're going to go right back into that same stitch and double crochet that very first one. And now I'm going to put 1 double crochet in every stitch until I make it to my first chain space, that chain 9 of the armhole. Alright, I've made it to my chain space. Now we need to work 1 double crochet in each of those 9 chain spaces. Make sure you count and get each one of them, because if you miss one, sometimes that last one over here is hard to get. If you miss one, your count will be off. So make sure you get all 9. So just go right into the chain. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, and there is 9. And now I'm going to continue across. Also, again, you want to watch and make sure you get this first stitch. Sometimes it gets really stretched out and it's hard to tell it's a stitch. But when you want to go ahead and put 1 double crochet in every stitch now across the front until you get to your next chain space. So I'm working across the front of my dress now, putting 1 double in every stitch until I get to my next chain 9 space. Alright, I'm coming to my next chain 9 space, and I'm just going to do the same thing that I did on the other side. I'm going to work 1 double crochet in each of the 9 chain spaces. You just have to make sure you get 9 of them there. And then I will go ahead and put 1 double crochet in each of the remaining stitches until I make it to the end of the round. Alright, I'm coming to the end of round 5. I'm going to go ahead and end by slip stitching into my first double crochet, and now you should have a total of 78 stitches, and that will finish the yoke portion. So the 78 comes from the 30 we had in front, the 30 we had in back, and then the 9 of each of the armhole for a total of 78. Okay, so now we're going to start the skirt, and it's not hard. So round 6 is the start of the skirt. So we are going to chain 1. Now we are going to work a V-stitch in the very first stitch here that we just slip stitch into. So we're going to go into that spot, and we're going to work a double crochet, a chain 1, and another double crochet. So there's our V-stitch. And now we are going to skip 2 stitches, skip, and we're going to work a shell into the next. The shell consists of 5 double crochets into the same stitch. So skip 2, skip, skip, next one, 5 double crochets into the same stitch. Again, we are going to skip 2 stitches. So skip, skip, next one, we're going to put a V-stitch. So I skipped 2, and then in the next one I'm going to V-stitch. So I'm going to put a double crochet, a chain of 1, and then another double crochet all into that same stitch, and that'll form the V-stitch. So that's what we're going to kind of repeat. Again, I'm going to skip 2 stitches, skip, skip, and shell into the next. So 5 double crochets is in the next one. There's 4, and there's 5. Skip 2 again, skip, skip, and V-stitch into the next. So double, chain 1, and double. I'm going to repeat this pattern all the way around, even here at the armholes. We're not working up here right now. We'll do that later. We're just working right here, and we're just repeating the same pattern all the way around. So skip 2, shell into the next, which is 5 double crochets, skip 2, and V-stitch into the next, which is 1 double, chain 1, 1 double. So I'm going to repeat the pattern. V-stitch, skip 2, shell, skip 2, V-stitch, all the way around until I make it back to my starting point. Okay, I've come to the end of round 6. Now I just did a shell, and I have 2 stitches left, so I'm going to go ahead and skip those 2 stitches, and I'm going to end with a slip stitch into my first double crochet of my first V-stitch, like that. And you will have 13 shells and 13 V-stitches. So now we will start round 7. Now round 7 is going to be the repeat round for a few rounds until we start increasing the dress. So what we're going to do is slip stitch 1 time until we get to the middle here. When we slip stitch 1 time, we'll be in the middle of that first V-stitch, and that's where we want to start out. We're going to chain 1, and we're going to do a V-stitch right there in that chain 1 space of this V-stitch. So I'm going to double crochet, chain 1, and double crochet. Now I'm going to come over here to the shell, and I'm going to work a shell in the middle stitch. So there's 5 stitches here, so I'll need to work it in the 3rd one. So I'll skip 2 stitches of the shell, 1, 2, and in the middle one, I'm going to go into it, and I'm going to work a shell, which is 5 double crochets. Now I'm going to jump over here to the next V-stitch, and in that chain 1 space of that V-stitch, I'm going to work a V-stitch. So I'm going to go right in there, and I'm going to work a double crochet, a chain 1, and a double crochet. And that's what I'm going to repeat all the way around now for round 7. So all we're really doing is keeping the shells lined up and the V-stitches lined up. That's pretty much what we're going to do for the whole dress, although we will increase the dress as we go down. But we will always still be keeping the shells and the V-stitches lined up. So again, I want to go to the shell here, and in the middle stitch of it, which is the 3rd one, so we'll need to skip 2, I'm going to work a shell. And then in the next V-stitch, in the chain 1 space of it, I'm going to work another V-stitch. So double crochet, chain 1, and double crochet. And I'm going to work this same pattern all the way around until I get back to my starting point. I will still have the 13 shells and the 13 V-stitches, and I'll still want to end it by slip stitching into my first double crochet, and I'll start again by slip stitching one more time to the middle of my V, and then I'll start my next round. So we're going to work a few rounds like this, and then we'll start increasing. So go ahead and repeat round 7 until you have reached a total of 11 rounds. So we're on round 7 now. You want to do it, repeat round 7 until you reach a total of 11. All right, I have done 6 rows of the shells. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or a total of 11 rounds already. Okay, so on the 12th round, or the 7th row of shells, whichever way you want to put it, I'm going to increase my V-stitch, and I'm going to turn it into a double V-stitch. That way the dress will flare out a little bit more at the bottom. So what I'm going to do is slip stitch over like we normally do to the chain 1 space of our V-stitch. And I'm going to chain 1 to start. Now for the double V, what I'm going to do is put 2 double crochets in a row like that inside there. And then I'm going to chain 2, and then I'm going to put 2 more double crochets. So that's what a double V stitch is in this pattern. 2 double crochets, chain 2, 2 double crochets. So now everything else is going to be the same, other than we are changing up the V stitch. So again, in the middle stitch of my shell, I'm going to go ahead and work my shell, which is my 5 doubles. And then my next V stitch from the previous row, I'm going to work a double V stitch into it. So I'm going to work 2 doubles, a chain of 2, and 2 more doubles. So everything else is still the same. You know, you're still going to have the same number count, or same stitch count at the end of every row. Shells are all the same. But we just switched up the regular V stitch and moved it up to a double, which will allow the dress to flare out a bit more at the bottom. So I'm going to continue doing this the same way we've been doing it, with the exception of the double V now instead of the single V. And I'm going to do it now for 6 more rounds of shells. And then we'll change it up again. Just like that. So you would just do that all the way around, and you know, slip stitch and start again with your double V stitches and shells. So I'm going to do the double V stitches for 6 rounds, the same as I did the single V stitches for 6 rounds. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and now I'm starting on my doubles, and I'm going to do 6 rounds of those. So I'll meet you back up whenever I finish those 6 out. Now when you make it to the end of this round that where we're working the double V stitches, you want to slip stitch in the first double crochet of that first double V, and then when you start again, you'll slip stitch 2 times now instead of 1. So slip stitch into the double crochet, and then you'll slip stitch into the chain space, and then that's where you'll start again, working your double V, and then your shells, and your double V's and your shells. And like I said, you want to do that for 6 total rows of the double V. So we already finished 1. So I'm going to go ahead and finish my other 5, and then I'll meet back up with you. Okay, I have finished my 6th round using the double crochet V stitch. You can see here, there was my last single. So I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which brings my total count starting from round 1, round 17. So we will start round 18 now. Now we're going to slip stitch 2 times to the middle of our first double crochet V stitch. Now you probably know what I'm going to do next. I bet you can guess. we're going to do triple crochet V-stitches, and this is going to make the bottom of the skirt flare out just even a little bit more. So I'm going to chain 1, and now this time I'm going to do 3 double crochets, a chain of 2, and 3 double crochets into this chain 2 space. So let's work here. 1, 2, 3. Chain 2 though, just a chain 2. And then 3 more doubles. Now, that's what we're going to call a triple crochet V-stitch here for my pattern. Now we're going to do the same thing that we've been doing the rest of the way. Only difference is these double crochet V-stitches are now becoming triple crochet V-stitches. So we're going to do our shell into the middle of our next shell, still 5 double crochets. And then my next V-stitch will be a triple crochet V-stitch instead of a double. So 3 doubles. Yeah, each row just gets longer now because I add more stitches, but I hope it turns out nice. You never know till the end. So 3 doubles, chain 2, and 3 more doubles. Again, shell into the middle stitch of your next shell, so it'll be 5 doubles into that middle stitch. And triple crochet V-stitch into the next V-stitch. And this is what I'm going to repeat all the way around. Now this is the row I'm going to repeat until I get the length that I want it to be. Minus 1 row, I'll put an edge on it. But I won't be doing any more increases after this. So once you make it back to the beginning, the only difference is when you start your next round, you'll be slip stitching you'll slip stitch into the first one to end your round, and this time you'll slip stitch 3 more times after that to get to the middle. That's the only difference now when you start a row. So I'm going to continue rounds now with doing triple crochet V-stitches, and remember, this is going to be for as long as I want my dress. So I'll keep going, and I'll let you go in here in just a second how many total rows now of the triple V-stitches that I do. Alright, so what I have done is 6 more rounds of triple crochet V-stitches. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we got the 6 rounds of a double crochet V-stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6 rounds of single, or the just regular V-stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we have our top rounds. So altogether we have a total, starting way up here, with 23 rounds. So I am going to, before I put the edge, I'm going to do 1 more row, and it's going to be the finishing edge. But before I do that, I'm going to give you a quick measure so you can see if it's the size that you want. I do want to remind you that when you put it on your child, or who's ever wearing it, it probably will stretch down a bit. But I'm going to measure from the neckline down, okay? Not the shoulders, just from the neckline down. Right now, it's measuring about 18 inches at the V's. 17.5, 18 inches. We'll just say 18 inches at the V's. Now, if I was to measure from the top of the shoulder down, we're at 20 inches, okay? So there's your quick measurement. You can decide if you want to make it longer or not. Well, actually, let me give you a measurement of just the skirt also. So starting at the skirt, 14 inches. Okay, so there's all your measurements in case you want to adjust. Now I'm going to start round 24, and like I said, it's going to be my finishing round. All right, so we are going to slip stitch 3 times. I already ended my last round by slip stitching into my first double crochet and my triple V-stitch. And we're going to slip stitch 3 times till we get to the middle of it. So 1, 2, 3. Now I'm going to do a shawl with a picot. Okay, so this is how we're going to do this shell picot. It's going to be a big shell. We're going to chain 1 right here at the start. Remember, that does not count as a stitch. So we are going to work 6 double crochets into the chain space of our first triple V stitch. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So there's 6 doubles. Now I'm going to put a picot on this 6th double crochet, and I'm going to show you how we're going to do that. It's really easy. We're going to do a chain of 3. So there's 1, 2, and 3. Now some people like to slip stitch into the first chain to make their picot, and you can do that. I prefer to go down to the top of the double and go into the side of it like that. I think it holds the picot in place better and forms a more natural round looking one. And there's your picot. Puts a little ball on top of that stitch. Now I'm going to continue, slide them stitches over, and I'm going to continue in the same spot, and I'm going to finish by putting 5 double crochets all into that same stitch. 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that is our shell with a picot. So all it is actually is 11 double crochets, but the middle one, which is the 6th one, has a picot on it. And that's what we're going to do in each one of these triple V stitches. But first, we need to come over here to the shell that's next. We're going to go into the middle of the shell, so the 3rd stitch of the shell, and we're going to single crochet. And now I'm going to put a picot on this single crochet. So I'm going to chain 3, and then I'm going to go back down to the single crochet, kind of these 2 stitches here on the side. I like to go through those and slip stitch. There you go. Now you have a picot on top of that shell. Now I'm going to jump over here to my next triple crochet V-stitch, and in here we're going to work our big shell with a picot. So we'll start by working our 6 double crochets. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now let's put a picot on this 6th one. So we're going to do a chain 3, come back down to the top of the double and go through these 2 side stitches just like that, and slip stitch. There's your picot. Now we're going to finish off by putting 5 doubles back into that same spot. 1, 2, 3, there's 4, and 5. There's your big shell picot. Looks pretty cool. So now we're going to jump over here to our shell, and in the middle we're going to single crochet, and then we will picot on the single crochet. So chain 3, come back down through the side, slip stitch, and that will make the picot. And this is what I'm going to repeat all the way around. It might take a little time, a lot of stitches there in that big shell picot, but you jump here to the next triple V, and we work again our 6 doubles. Oops. And then on the 6th one, we picot, so we chain 3, come back down to this double crochet, and right there on the side, put your hook through those 2 little loops and slip stitch. That'll be your picot, and then we finish off. I always got to slide my stitches over with 5 more double crochets into the same spot. Like that. There you go. And then we have to jump over to our next shell right here, single crochet into the middle, chain 3 to do our picot, go down right into that single crochet, there's 2 little stitches there on the side, and a slip stitch. So this is it. This is what I'm going to repeat all the way around. I think that's pretty cool, nice and fancy edge. I'm sure my daughter will like it. So I'm going to continue doing this, repeating this until I get back around to the beginning. Alright, I come to the end of my edging row, and I did a picot there in my last shell. So I'm going to go ahead and slip stitch, and I'm going to end the round by slip stitching into my first double crochet of my first shell with a picot. And then I'm going to tie off, because I'm not going to add any more length to mine. There we go. Now you should have 13 of these shells with picots on it. So that's what we got so far. Hey, the hard part's over. Well, the long part's over, I'll say. Let's move on and clean up some edges around the neck and sleeves, and do some more picots. Sorry about that, my camera moved. And then we'll be finished. Okay, so we're going to start on the neck. I have the back side of my work facing me. And I'm going to start my yarn just somewhere around where we started our first row. Just somewhere around here is fine. So just go into a stitch, any stitch somewhere near the back of the seam. Draw up a loop. I'm going to try to hide these tails as I go also. And chain 1. Now we're going to go back into that same spot and single crochet. So we're going to clean up this neck edge, and we're going to single crochet in every stitch all the way around the neck, the collar area. So that's going to give it a clean edge. And then once we're done with that, we're going to add some picots to it. Gotta love the picots. So I'm going to continue around the whole neckline here in the front, all the way back to my starting point, putting 1 single crochet in every stitch around. Just like that. Alright, I've made it all the way around to my starting point. Now, you should have 64 stitches because that's what we started with. That's the number that you need to have. So you need to have 64 stitches here, and I'm going to go ahead and end this edging here by slip stitching into my first single crochet. Like that. Now I'm going to go around one more time, but this time I'm going to add some picots to it. So I am going to chain 1. I'm going to go back into that same stitch there that I just slip stitched into and single crochet. Now I'm going to single crochet into the next stitch, and I'm going to add a picot to this stitch. So I'm going to chain 3, and then I'm going to go back down and go through the side of the single crochet like we did before and slip stitch just like that. So there's our picot. So now I'm just going to do a regular single crochet into the next stitch, and the next stitch is going to be a single crochet with a picot. So I'm going to go into it, the next stitch, single crochet, and then I'm going to chain 3 and go back down, slip stitch to make our picot. Just like that. That's what I'm going to do all the way around. So the next stitch will be just a regular single crochet, and then the next stitch will be a single crochet with a picot. Chain 3, go back down, slip stitch there through the side of that single to form your picot, single crochet into the next, and single crochet picot into the next. So there's my single crochet, chain 3, and there's my picot. So this is what I'm going to repeat all the way around, and it's going to give me these picots on the collar. If you want to omit these, that's fine. So I'm going to do again a regular, just one single crochet into the next, and then the next will be a single crochet with a picot. Just like that. So I'm going to continue this all the way around the collar until I get right back here to my starting point. Alright, I'm coming to the end. Now my last stitch was a picot, and I did that. Now I'm going to go ahead and end by slip stitching into my first single crochet and tying this off. You still should have 64 stitches. Half picots, half single crochets. So I'll need to hide that tail. So that will be the neck is done. Now for the sleeves, I believe I'm just going to clean them up with a round of single crochet. So I'm just going to kind of, well, let me look here. Let me think for a second. Okay, so I'm going to put some shells here, actually. So, I'm undecisive. I just wing it as I go. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start. I have the front of my dress facing me now. Okay, do you remember we're just going to be working around these stitches here that we skipped. We're not going to do anything with this down here. That's fine. It's going to be under the arm anyways. Let's start right here in this stitch that this double crochet is hooked onto, okay? That one right there. So let's go ahead and start our yarn there. And we will chain 1 like that. And let's go back into that stitch and single crochet. Now let's skip 1 stitch, and in the next stitch we're going to work a shell, but let's just do a shell of 4 double crochets. We'll call this a small shell. So 4 double crochets into that same stitch. So there's 4 doubles. Now we're going to skip 1 stitch again, and then we'll single crochet into the next, and we'll skip 1 stitch again, and then we'll work that small shell into the next. So 4 double crochets, skip 1 stitch, single into the next, skip one stitch and do that shell again into the next. So for the small shell, 4 double crochets, skip one, single on the next, skip one, small shell into the next, 4 doubles, skip one, single, skip one, shell, skip one, single, and now we are going to end by slip stitching into this last stitch here that has the double crochet attached to it. So we'll slip stitch into that stitch, and then we will tie that off, and we'll do the same on the other sleeve. Okay, so yeah, that looks better. You're gonna have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shells there on your sleeve. Now, since let's see, we started this sleeve with the front of our work facing us. Let's start the next one with the back of our work facing us. So now I have the back of my work facing me, and I'm going to start in the same spot as we did the other one, the stitch that holds, that the double crochet is in. We'll start into that one, and we will pull up our yarn and chain 1, go back into that same spot, and we're going to single crochet. And we're going to do the same thing that we did on the other side. We're going to skip 1, and then we're going to put the shell into the next, which is the small shell, 4 doubles into the same stitch, and then we'll skip 1, single into the next, skip 1, shell into the next, skip 1, single into the next. So we're going to do that until we get around to the other side. Okay, I'm coming to the end here of my other sleeve. I'm just going to end it the same way I did my last shell. I'm going to skip 1, single crochet into the next spot, and then I'm going to end by slip stitching into this stitch here that has that double crochet, this double crochet on top of it, slip stitch, and then I'll clip that off, and 5 shells on both sleeves. And then I'll need to hide all those tails, and after that I think we can call it quits. Actually, let me go ahead and hide all my tails and take a look at it. Okay, so once you get all your tails hidden, that's it. It's finished. I think it turned out really, really cute. My daughter likes it. The picots look nice. The shells look nice around the sleeves. And it's super cute. I think any little girl is going to look adorable in this. So I hope you enjoyed my tutorial. And I always hope that you were able to follow along. Even if you're a beginner, I still hope that you were able to make this. And if you did make this, you know, I really, or any of my crochet tutorials, I really like to see pictures of the things that people make from my videos. You can always show me on Instagram or Facebook. I'll put links to both of those in the description box. So you can, you know, follow me on Instagram, like me on Facebook, show me what you make from my videos. Now, don't forget to hit that like button if you enjoyed this. And don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss any of my videos. Hit that subscribe button. Turn on that notification bell. I have hundreds of crochet tutorials. I also do a lot of yarn reviews and yarn talk and yarn unboxings. I like to talk about the new yarns and stuff like that. But I'm going to put over there on the right hand side right now a list of all my crochet tutorials that I have listed for free on YouTube. There are hundreds of them. Pretty much anything that you could want to make, I have it, probably multiples of it. So check out that playlist if you get a chance. Maybe you'll find something else there that you want to make. I got a lot of little girl dresses, all different sizes. So thanks everybody for watching, and have a good day. Hi everybody, this is Crystal. So today I'm going to show you how to make this dress here. Now this is a two-part video. There, as you can see in the photo, there is a cardigan and go with it. This is the first video. This video is going to show you how to make this dress. If you want to make the cardigan in a separate video, and I will put a link below in the description box to that video also. Also, I'll put a link on the screen right now that you can click on that. So this is available for 18 months 2T or size 3-4. So two sizes there, 18/2T or 3T/4T. So that's the only sizes that I have right now available, and the only difference is the hook size. Now as you can see in the picture, there is some tulle at the bottom of the dress. That is actually a slip that I purchased on Amazon, because you will need some type of slip underneath it more than likely. But this is a slip that I purchased on Amazon for my daughter, and that is what's given it that roughly effect at the bottom. I will put a link also to where you can get this. It's not an affiliated link. I don't make any money off of it. It's just the link to where I bought this, in case you want to do it. So there was nothing special added to the dress. It's just her slip. And so why you can't see it. It's just her slip. I let it hang around 2 inches at the bottom of the dress. So I actually made the dress a little shorter. Now you don't have to have this slip. All you have to do is just, when the time comes, I'll tell you, to add a few more rows to make your dress longer, to fit your child, if you don't want to get that slip. But like I said, the link's in the description box if you want to. It's completely up to you. But let's go ahead and get started on this. Okay, for this project, you are going to need some little ribbon roses, if you choose to put them on. You can get these at Walmart in the ribbon aisle. You will need some ribbon. The size of ribbon, I got this at Walmart also, right by the ribbon roses, is 3/8 inch ribbon. And there's no hook and eye closure on the back. It just slides over the head. So that's what you'll need. And of course, if you want to get the slip. And for the yarn, I am using Gazelle XL Baby Cotton. This is from Hobium. It's a 50 acrylic, 50 cotton blend, and it is a medium weight number 4 yarn. There are 105 meters, so there's about 115 yards in a ball. You're going to need about 600 yards to complete this dress. A little bit less if you're doing the smaller size, but about 600 yards of this. Now, I'll also put a link below to where you can get just this yarn if you want it. Again, not an affiliated link. I do not make any money off of it. So, but if you want to get it, they don't have names. They only have color numbers. There's the color. It is 3412 XL. But you'll be able to see it on their side. It's just the peach one. So that's our yarn I use. It's a cotton acrylic blend, medium 4-weight yarn. And then I'm going to be using, now this is the only difference here. Now if you want to make it to fit a child that wears a size 3T or 4T, you want to use an I, which is a 5.5 millimeter crochet hook. Now, if you want to make it a little smaller for a child that wears the size 18 months up to a 2T, use a 5 millimeter crochet hook. So that's the only difference. You follow the same pattern completely, you just use a different hook. So 5 millimeter for 18 months to 2T, 5.5, which is what I'm using, for a size 3T to 4T. So I will also put that in for the size information down in the description box below. Okay, as always, I want to ask you not to forget to subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. If you look in the lower right hand corner, you'll see a little red subscribe button. If you click on that, you'll never miss any of my videos or any of my updates. Also, if you like this dress, you like this video, I'd really appreciate it if you could give it a thumbs up, a like. It really helps me out. So we're going to start off with a chain of 60. Now once you get your chain of 60 made, we're going to follow it all the way down without twisting our chain. And we're going to slip stitch into the very first stitch, and we're going to form one large ring. Like that. Now what we're going to do is we're going to chain 1. Now this dress slips over the head. There's no button in the back or no hook and eye closure. It's just pull over the head. Now what we're going to do, we chained 1 and we're going to go right back into that same spot that we just slip stitched into and single crochet. And now I'm going to work along and I'm going to put 1 single crochet in every stitch of the chain. Just like this. So I'm going to continue putting 1 single crochet in every stitch all the way around my big ring until I make it back here to my starting point. Alright, I've made it to the end of round 1. Now we're going to end by slip stitching into our first single crochet. Not that chain 1 that we did, but the very first single crochet. And you should have 60 stitches now at the end of round 1. Now round 2, we're going to start off by chaining 1. That chain 1 does not count as a stitch. What we want to do for round 2 is we want to put 1 double crochet into the first 2 stitches. So this stitch right here that we just slip stitched into is going to be our first stitch. So we'll go ahead and put a double crochet right back into that first stitch. And then 1 double crochet into the next stitch. So that was 2 double crochets in a row. Now the next stitch is going to get 2 double crochets in the same stitch. So go into the next one and put 2 double crochets right into the same stitch. And that's the repeat for round 2. 1 double crochet in each of the next 2 stitches. So there's 1 double crochet, 1 double crochet into the next. Now the next stitch is going to get 2 double crochets into the same stitch. And then we're going to repeat it again. 1 double crochet into each of the next 2 stitches. And then 2 double crochets into the next stitch. And that's the pattern that we're going to repeat all the way around for round 2. 1 double, 1 double, 2 doubles. 1 double, 1 double, 2 doubles. 1 double, 1 double, 2 doubles, all the way around until we get back to our starting point. Alright, I've made it to the end of round 2. Your last stitch should have had 2 double crochets in it, and we're going to go ahead and end round 2 by slip stitching into our first double crochet. And now at the end of round 2, you should have a total of 80 stitches. So we're going to start round 3 by chaining 1, which does not count as a stitch. Now we're going to put a double crochet into the first 3 stitches. So our very first one always goes right here where we just slip stitched. So go ahead and put a double crochet there. You need 3 in a row. So there's 1, 2, and 3. And then the next stitch is going to get 2 double crochets in the same stitch. And that's the repeat now for round 3. 1 double crochet in each of the next 3 stitches. and 2 double crochets into the next. One double crochet into the next 3 stitches. And 2 double crochets into the next. So this is the pattern I'm going to repeat for round 3. 1 double, 1 double, 1 double, 2 doubles. 1 double, 1 double, 1 double, 2 doubles, all the way around until we get back to our starting point. Alrighty, I'm coming to the end of round 3. Your last stitch should have had 2 double crochets in it, and we're going to go ahead and end round 3 by slip stitching into our first double crochet. And now you should have a total of 100 stitches. Now we're going to start round 4, which is the armhole row. So we're going to chain 1, and now what we're going to do is put 1 double crochet in the first 15 stitches. This stitch that we just slip stitched into is always our first one, so we want 1 double crochet into the first 15. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, I got my 15 double crochets. So now I'm going to work a chain of 9, but you don't want it to be a real tight chain because we have to work through it again. So just chain 9. And now we're going to skip 20 stitches. Okay, there's 20, and now in the 21st stitch, I guess, you skip 20, and then the next one, with this chain 9 still on our hook, we're going to double crochet into that one. So that is our first armhole. So we have our chain of 9, and we have 20 stitches in between. Now we're going to work 1 double crochet into the next 30 stitches. This double crochet here that we just did counts as number 1. So 1, we want to do 30 in a row. 2, and this will be working across the front of our dress. 3, 4, 5. Alrighty, I got my 30 stitches in a row. Now I'm going to make my next armhole, and I'm going to do a chain of 9. Skip 20 stitches. And then the next one, I skipped 20. The next one, I'm going to put 1 double crochet into it. Like that. That's our second armhole. And now we want to put 1 double crochet in the remaining stitches. Counting this one right here, we should have 15 that remain. So this would be number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, I've made it to the end of round 4. And I'm going to go ahead and end by slip stitching into my first double crochet. And now you should have a total of 60 stitches. So that's not counting these chain spaces, and that's not counting these stitches that we skipped. It's the 30 that we did in front, and then the 15 on each side would be 60. So for round 5, we are going to chain 1. And we're going to work 1 double crochet in every stitch until we get to our chain space. So right here we go right back into the first stitch. And then work 1 double in every single stitch until we get to our chain space. All right, I've made it to my chain space, and now what I want to do is work 1 double crochet in every stitch of the chain. So we had 9, we chained 9, so you should have 9 double crochet here across the arm. Just 1 double in each stitch of the chain. There's 9, and then I'm going to continue working 1 double crochet in every stitch until I get to my next chain space. Remember to get this first stitch here. Sometimes it looks really small because of that chain, but you got to make sure that you get that one. It gets a little tight looking like that, and I'm just going to continue working 1 double in every stitch until I get to my next chain space. Alright, I've made it to my next chain space, and I'm just going to do the same thing here that I did over here. 1 double crochet in each of the 9 stitches of the chain, and then I'm just going to finish out by working 1 double crochet in every stitch until we get back to the beginning. Alright, I have made it to the end of round 5, and now you should have 78 stitches, and we're going to go ahead and end round 5 by slip stitching into our first double crochet. Now, for rounds 6, 7, 8, and 9 are all going to be the same. We're going to chain 1, and we're going to work 1 double crochet in every single stitch all the way around. So we're starting around 6. We double crochet right back into that very first stitch there, just like always. And then we're going to work 1 double crochet in every stitch around until we get back to the beginning. Just like this. There's nothing special that you have to do at the arms or anything, at the armholes. It's just 1 double crochet in every stitch. Right through here. Right across. Now when I make it back around to the end of round 6, I will just end with the slip stitch into my first double crochet. And then I will chain 1 and I will repeat for round 7, 8, and 9. I'll have 78 stitches at the end of every round. So I'm going to continue working 1 double crochet in every stitch. And I'm going to do round 6, 7, 8, and 9 all the same. 1 double crochet in every stitch. 78 stitches at the end of every round. And I will meet back up with you after I've finished out round 9. Alrighty, I have made it, and I have finished out round 9, and I still have my 78 stitches. So this is what it looks like so far. Here's the front, and now we're going to start the skirt part of the dress. You ready? Round 10 starts the skirt. Okay. So I went ahead and ended round 9 by slip stitching there into my first double crochet. Now we're going to chain 1. That chain 1 does not count as a stitch. So what we're going to do is we're going to work a shell stitch right back into this very same stitch that we slip stitched into. Now this is how the shells are going to be worked for this particular pattern. We're going to do 3 double crochets into that spot. Then we're going to work a chain of 2, and we're going to go right back into the same spot again and work 3 more double crochets. So the shell is 3 doubles, chain 2, and 3 doubles all into the same stitch. Now this row is going to get really roughly and cramped up because we want the dress to be roughly. So it's going to be kind of crampy now, but that's fine. So we did our shell. Now we're going to chain 1, and we're going to go to the next stitch. You might have to pull your shell back to find it. And we're going to single crochet. And then we're going to single crochet into the next stitch. And then we're going to chain 1. And then we're going to repeat what we just did again. So we're going to go into the next stitch and we're going to shell. So we're going to work 3 double crochets. Chain of 2 and 3 more doubles all into that same stitch. Then we're going to chain 1, and then we're going to put 1 single crochet in each of the next 2 stitches. So kind of pull that shell back so you don't miss that one. 1 single in each of the next 2 stitches. So 1 there, and then 1 in the next, and then we're going to chain 1, and now we're going to repeat what we just did again. So in the next stitch we're going to shell, so we're going to work 3 double crochets, a chain of 2, and 3 more doubles all into that same stitch. And then we're going to chain 1, and we're going to work 1 single crochet into the next 2 stitches. So 1 single into the next 2, 1 there, 1 there, maybe, and then we're going to chain 1, and we're going to repeat it again. So we're going to shell into the next stitch. So we're going to work our 3 double crochets, and then we're going to chain 2, go back into the same spot and work 3 more doubles, and that will complete our shell. And then we will chain 1, and then we're going to put 1 single crochet in each of the next 2 stitches. And then we're going to chain 1, and then we're going to repeat. And you can see that it's already starting to get really roughly. It's going to appear like there's too many stitches there, but trust me, it's going to look awesome. I can't really say for certain because I'm just kind of winging it, but I'm thinking when it's done, it's probably, I've made enough dresses in my time to say with confidence, pretty much confidence, that it's going to turn out okay. So now we're going to repeat it again. We're going to do the shell into the next stitch. I can only hope now since I said that, huh? So I'm going to work my 3 doubles, and I'm going to work chain 2, and then 3 more doubles, and then I'm going to chain 1 single crochet into the next 2 stitches. So we're not skipping any stitches at all. Chain 1 and repeat. Shell again into the next stitch. Since we're not skipping any stitches, that's what's going to make it all crampy looking and ruffly and weird, but that's fine. Right. Now we're going to chain 1 single crochet into the next 2 stitches, and then we chain 1 and repeat. So that's what I'm going to do all the way around, until I get back to my starting point. Alright, I am coming to the end of round 10. I just did my last shell and I chained 1. And I have 2 stitches left. So I'm going to go ahead and single crochet into those last 2 stitches. And then I am going to chain 1. And I'm going to end round 10 by slip stitching into my first double crochet of my first shell. And you should have 26 shells now. So that's what it kind of looks like so far. Pretty wavy, but that is fine. Now, rounds 11 and 12 are the repeat rounds for the rest of the skirt. So we're getting ready to start round 11 now. So we are going to slip stitch 1 time till we get to our middle of this group of 3 double crochets here. And that's where we're going to start. We're going to chain 1. Now we're going to go back into that same stitch and double crochet. And then we're going to chain 3. And we are going to skip this double crochet here, and we're going to work in this chain 2 space. We are going to single crochet into that chain 2 space of the shell, and then we're going to chain 3, and we're going to go back into it again and single crochet. Well, like that. Now we're going to chain 3, we're going to skip 1 double crochet, and we're going to double crochet into the next, which is actually the middle stitch of these 3 double crochets. Double crochet like that. Now we're going to skip 4 stitches. So we're skipping this double crochet, these 2 single crochets, and this double crochet, and we're going to double crochet into the middle double crochet of this group of 3 right here. We're not going to chain after this double crochet here. We're just going to go skip all that and just directly double crochet into the middle of these 3 double crochets here. Just like that. So that's kind of what we're going to repeat all the way around. So we'll start again. We double crochet there. Now we're going to chain 3. And then we're going to skip this stitch, and we're going to be working into the chain space of the shell. And we're going to work 1 single crochet, chain 3, and then another single crochet into the same chain space. Then we're going to chain 3. We're going to skip 1 stitch, and we're going to double crochet into the next, which is actually the middle stitch of these 3 stitches here. So double crochet right there. Now we're going to skip 4 stitches. So we're skipping this double, and these 2 singles, and then this double, and we're double crocheting into the middle stitch of this group of 3 here. Like that. So it's actually just kind of a lot of chain spaces this round. So let's repeat. We're going to chain 3. And we're going to work in the chain space of the next shell. So we're skipping this stitch, and we're going to go right into the chain space, and we're going to work a single crochet, a chain of 3, another single crochet in the same space, a chain of 3, skip 1 stitch, and double into the next. So skip this one and double. Like that. Now we're going to skip 4 again. Skip, 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 skip. And then it'll be double crochet. It'll be the middle stitch of this group of 3. double crochet right into it. We're just going to keep repeating what we've been doing. Chain 3. Skipping that one stitch, and in the center of the shell, the chain 2 space, we work a single, chain 3, another single, chain 3, skip one stitch, and double into the next. Skip 4 stitches, so you're skipping the double, the 2 singles and 1 double, and double into the next. Just like that. So that's what it starts to look like. Just like I said, there's a bunch of chain spaces now. So I'm going to repeat this pattern all the way around until I get back to the beginning. Alright, I'm coming to the end of round 11. I did my double crochet right there into that space in the middle stitch of that last shell. Now I'm going to end by slip stitching into my first double crochet, and that'll end around 11, and you'll have 78 chain 3 spaces. 78 of those bad boys. Okay, so let's start round 12. Now round 12 is very similar to 10, but what we're going to do is we are going to slip stitch to our first see our shell. We're going to slip stitch right here into this chain 2 space on top of this shell to where these 2 single crochets are. So we're going to slip stitch 1 through the chain is where we're slip stitching, 2, if I can get it, 3 times through that chain 3 space, and then 4 times into makes the single crochet, and then 5 times, slip stitch 5 times. So that's how we start that round, by slip stitching 5 times, and that'll bring us into this chain 2 space, and that's where we want to start. If you look, you can see it's on top of this shell. So we're going to chain 1, and we are going to put a shell into this chain 2 space. So we're going to work 3 doubles, chain 2, and 3 doubles. Now you see our shells are lined up. We're going to chain 1, and then we are going to skip this chain 3 space, and we're going to put 1 single crochet into the next 2 stitches. So these 2 double crochets here. So 1 single crochet into the first double crochet, 1 single crochet into the next double crochet, and then we're going to chain 1, and we are going to skip this chain 3 space here and into this one right here that's on top of this shell where these 2 single crochets are. Single crochet, chain 3, and another single crochet. We're going to work a shell. So we're working 3 doubles, chain 2. Yarn is a little bit splitty. I like it, but it's not too bad. And there's 3 doubles like that. And we're going to chain 1. We're going to skip this chain space, and we're going to find our 2 double crochets right here, and we're going to work 1 single crochet in each of those. 1, and 1. Then we're going to chain 1, and we're going to jump all the way over here to this chain space and work a shell. Chain 1, skip this chain space, find our 2 doubles, and we're going to work 1 single crochet in each of those. So you see how it's kind of similar to round 10. Chain 1, skip this chain space here, and then this one right here, we will work a shell. So our shells are always staying lined up. Chain 1, skip this single crochet, skip this chain space, 1 single crochet in each of these doubles here, chain 1, and then skip this chain space and shell into the next. So I'm going to repeat this pattern all the way around. And that's what it's kind of starting to look like. You see the shells are staying lined up. It's a pretty pattern. So I'm going to repeat this all the way around until I get back to my starting point. Alright, I'm coming to the end of round 12. And here's where we slip stitched earlier, if you can see. So I single crocheted into this double, and I'm going to single crochet into this double. Actually, you want to go into that first slip stitch, really. That's really what you want to go into to make it look kind of right, like that. And now I'm going to end by slip stitching. I'm going to end my round into the first double crochet of this first shell. So we're skipping all this right here and ending by slip stitching like that. And now you should have 26 shells again. So let's look it over, or pull it over and look at it. Starting to look pretty cute. It's really roughly. It's going to be a labor of love. I already can tell that. So now it's just a repeat of rows 11 and 12. That's all it is. So remember, 11 was the chain stitch row. So we just start out by slip stitching 1 time to the middle, to this middle double crochet of this first set of 3 double crochets. Chain 1, go back in it and double crochet like that. Chain 3, skip this 1 double crochet, and then this middle stitch here we work, for the middle chain we work a single crochet, chain 3, single crochet, chain 3, skip 1 and double into the next, skip 4 stitches here, 1, we skip this double crochet, these 2 singles, this double, and then we double into the next. So we're just repeating what we did we're on row 13, we're just repeating what we did on row 11. Chain 3, jump to the middle of the shell, single crochet, chain 3, single crochet, chain 3, skip 1, double into the next. And then we skip 4, so we skip this double, these 2 singles, this double, and then we'll double into the next. So this is what we're going to do for the rest of the dress is just keep repeating rounds 11 and 12. So we're doing the chain stitch round, and next we'll do the shell round, the chain stitch round, and the shell round. So I'm just going to keep repeating rounds 12 or rounds 11 and 12 until I get my dress as long as I need it to be. Alright, now I have done a total starting from our very first row all the way down to 28 rows or rounds or whatever. Now, if you don't have that same type of slip or undergarment that I showed you in the beginning, you might want to add a couple more inches, because as you can see from the photo, that slip that I have it does hang down a couple inches, and I wanted it to do that. So if you don't have one of those and you don't plan on getting one, I would suggest adding another couple inches to your dress. If you want to add white at the bottom, like saying a white edging, just make your last shell row white, and then you'll have a pretty white edge. You don't have to do that. That's just a suggestion. But remember, if you don't have that slip, you want to make sure that you add another couple inches at least to the length. But I did 28, so if you happen to get a skirt like that, or slip like that, 28 rows will be fine. If not, add it, more rows to your desired length. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go around the collar. I'm just going to use the same peach color that I'm using. Of course, you can use any color you want. If you want to use white or something, whatever. I think I'm just going to use the same color. So place your skirt back. The back side of your work is facing you. So here's my seam. And we're just going to start, you can start in any stitch back here. I'm just going to kind of start towards the middle where the seam is at. Now let me pull my camera down. Move my dress up like this so we can see it a little bit better. And all we're going to do is go around it with some single crochet. So like I said, just kind of start in the back near the seam somewhere. Doesn't have to be in any specific stitch. And chain one. Now I'm going to go back into that same stitch, and I am going to do a single crochet. I'm going to try to hide my tail as I go. Now I'm going to work all the way around the collar, putting one single crochet in every stitch. All this is going to do is clean up the collar edge, make it look a little bit neater. So just like this. There you go, it looks a lot neater. So I'm just going to continue working one single crochet in every stitch all along the front of the dress, back around here, until I get right back here to my starting point. Alright, I've made it all the way around, and you should have a total of 60 stitches now, because that's what we started with. And if you don't happen to have 60, if you got like 59 or something, don't worry about it. But you should have 60. You want to go ahead and end with a slip stitch into your first single crochet. And then we'll go ahead and tie that off. Put that yarn off. So that cleaned up that top really nice. Yeah, now let's go around the sleeves. Now the sleeves are going to be done the same. We're just going to, both sleeves will be edged the same. We're just going to edge them. Again, I'm going to use my peach color, but you can use different color if you want. Let's see. Let's look at it here. Okay. So you can see when you look at your piece, there's the 20 stitches that we skipped. And you'll see there's a double crochet here on the side and a double crochet here on the side. And then we have our chain here. Our chain of 9 right here that we did for the arms, if you remember that. So what we're going to do, it's best to start kind of, I'm going to start right here on the side of this double crochet. And what I want to do is work 2 single crochets into the side of that double crochet, 1 single crochet in each of the 20 stitches that we skipped, 2 single crochets in the side of this double crochet, and then 1 single crochet in each of these 9 chain spaces that we made. Does that make sense? So I'm just going to start right here into the side of this double crochet. What I kind of do is wiggle my hook kind of in the middle, in between it there, towards the bottom. And I'm going to start my yarn. I'm going to start chain 1. I'm going to go back into that same kind of spot that I kind of just wiggled into and do a single crochet. And then I'm going to put a single crochet again into the top part of that double crochet. Just kind of wiggle right in between the stitches a little bit. Like that. And now we had 20 stitches that we skipped. Okay, you see this double crochet is attached to that stitch right there. Don't go into that stitch because that's not one that we skipped. We want to go right up here to the next stitch that is not worked and put your single crochet into it, just like that. And then 1 single crochet in each of these 20 stitches that we skipped. All we're doing is just cleaning up the edges of the sleeve, kind of like we did the collar, just making it look a little bit neater. Camera down a little bit. Okay, I'm coming up here again to my side of this next double crochet. You see this stitch is worked because that's where the double crochet is at. Do not go into that stitch. We're going to work 2 single crochets into the side of this double. So don't go into this one because you can see that double crochet is in it. That means that's not one that we skipped. We worked it in the previous one of the previous rounds. So we're going to go kind of wiggle in between that double crochet, single crochet once, and do it again, wiggle in between it, so you get another single crochet in it, like that. And now we're going to work 1 single crochet in each of the 9 chains that we did for the armpit area when we were working on the arms. Alright, so we're just going to go ahead and work 1 single crochet in each of those 9 chains that we made for the armhole. And then you should be right back where you started. And then we'll just end by slip stitching right here into our first single crochet. Not this chain one, but the first single. Again, now the amount of stitches here doesn't have to be exact because I know it's kind of hard to tell where your stitches need to go, but you should have 33 stitches here because you did the 20 that you skipped, and then the 9 of the arm area, and then you did 2 on each of those of the sides of each of those double crochets. But as long as you have something close to that, I don't think anyone's gonna notice. So there's that. Now I'm going to do the same thing to this arm over here. Alright, so there's that. I'm going to add some ribbon to mine. If you want to. Go ahead and put that on there with the ribbon on. Okay, I'm going to weave my ribbon Not this last row of double crochet here, but the next one up. So that would be, if you count from row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On the 8th row, or 8th round is what I'm going to weave my ribbon at. I'm going to have it come out here on this side just a little bit. So just kind of go through here. Weaving ribbon's not really my favorite thing to do. And I'm going to weave it every few, let's see, every few stitches, I guess. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't have to be perfect. Every 4 or 5 stitches or so. I'll weave it back under. You probably get the gist of it. I'm doing it every 5, but it doesn't have to be exactly like mine. Just do this until you get back around. Right back around here to the other side. Okay. I guess by leaving 5 stitches in between, that's what I did. I didn't really know. I just kind of winged it and it didn't count. But it came out just about perfect. I left 5 stitches in between each one, except for the last one. I had to leave 4, but you really notice it. They don't have to be perfect. But anyways, they come out about the same area, right around the same area, and then you can just tie a bow, just like normal. Now, I am not very good at tying bows. I never have been. So, probably laugh at my bow tying skills. But, just gonna tie a little bow in it. I probably wouldn't make it too tight because just make it kind of loose. I wouldn't tie it up real tight on the dress, but yeah, I'm gonna have to work on that bow. But just get the bow how you want it, and then you can clip the length of your tails however long you want those to. Alright, now once you get your bow on, one last thing that you can do, which is optional, what I did is I used 3 ribbon roses. Now you can sew them on with a regular thread and needle if you want. I use hot glue, a low heat hot glue gun, because it's really hard to get them off, I think. But definitely you don't have to do that if you don't want to. Because I always hand wash my stuff, so it won't come off into the wash. I don't know if using hot glue, if it's going to come off in the washer or not, because I always hand wash my stuff, so it doesn't come off when I hand wash it. So if you're planning on throwing this in the washer machine, I'm not sure if it'll come off. I would say it probably won't if you're not using hot water or nothing, but if you want to sew it on, that's fine too. But I always normally just use hot glue because I've never had a problem with them ever coming off. I can't say that they never won't, but I personally haven't ever. Once you get hot glue on yarn, it's hard to get it off. But anyways, you can leave those off if you want. But that is it. I hope you enjoyed my tutorial. Please don't forget to check out all my other videos now. And also remember, this is a 2-part series. So we got this dress here. Now, if you want to make the cardigan that goes over it, look for the second video coming up on the screen right now. And also don't forget to click that picture of my face to subscribe if you haven't done that yet either. I'd really appreciate it, and give this video a big thumbs up if you enjoy it. Thanks everybody for watching. Bye bye. Hi everybody, this is Crystal. So today I'm going to show you how to make this toddler dress here. Okay, I'll let you see what the stitch looks like. It probably looks kind of hard. It's actually not hard at all. It's pretty easy to do. So I think you'll be able to do it. But that's what the stitch looks like. It's pretty lacy. You might need a slip maybe to put under it, or some type of bloomers or something maybe to put under it. But that's completely, I mean, that's whatever your judgment, whatever you think on that. It is worked in a round completely, so there's no button or anything. There's no clasp in the back. This just slides right over the head. This flower I mentioned in the end, but I got it off eBay. If you look on eBay, you can get all sorts of little flowers for really cheap. So, I mean, I got a ton of them. I encourage you to check them out on there. But that's optional. You don't have to put a flower on it. And now, the size that I made here, following my video and using the exact same hook size that I'm going to show you, this will fit. Evelyn wears a size 3. So you've seen in the picture, it fits her well. I also tried it on my 5-year-old son, and it fits him great too. Up here in the top, the only difference I would do if you're making it for a 5-year-old is make it a few inches longer. That would be the only difference, because it fit him really well. It was just too short, a little too short. So this dress will fit, following my video exactly, using the same size hook, a size 3, 4, or 5, other than having to add some length to the size 5. That would be the only difference. Now, I don't have any other sizes available other than those, but if you want to try to use a smaller hook, say one size smaller of a hook, and try to make it for a 2-year-old, you can try that. I'm not going to say that it's going to work 100% because I did not try it, but you can. I definitely would not use a bigger hook for this pattern, because then it's going to be too open. So, but this one will fit 3, 4, or 5. Just add some length for the size 5. Okay, set that to the side. I'm going to ask you please not to forget to subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. I'd really appreciate it. That way you always get notified whenever I put on a new video or a new giveaway, or I do yarn shopping hauls and stuff, all kinds of stuff like that. So you don't want to miss out on any of that. Maybe if you could give this video a share too on Pinterest or Facebook, I'd really appreciate that. So for this project, I used Care-On Simply Soft. It is a medium weight of 4-ply 100% acrylic yarn. Now, you do not have to use this yarn. Any type of 4-ply yarn will work. I usually use the Care-On Simply Soft for most of my baby dresses and my toddler dresses, because it has a very pretty sheen and it also has a very nice drape on it. But remember, you do not have to use this one. Any 4-ply will work. Now, there's 315 yards in this skein. I went through one whole skein, and this is what I have left of another. So you're going to need 2 skeins of it. You won't use all of 2, but you're going to need 2 for the main color. If you are making it for the size 5, and I said that you need to make it longer, you'll need the same amount, but you'll use more of it. But I don't think you'll need more than 2 skeins. So 2 skeins of the main color. I used soft pink. Of course, you can use any color that you want. And the trim, I used the same brand, only in white. And you don't hardly need very much at all. So just a little bit. If you have any scraps of that, I'm sure that would be plenty. It don't take much of that. And then I'm going to be using a size I, which is a 5.5 millimeter crochet hook. And remember, this is the size that you want to use, regardless whether you're making it for a 3, 4, or 5 size. Just the 5, you're going to need to make it longer than what I said. But that would be the only difference. So, let's go ahead and get started on it. Okay, you want to start off with a chain of 66. And once you get your chain of 66 made, now without twisting your chain, you want to follow it down. And we're going to slip stitch into the first stitch to form one large ring. So go ahead and slip stitch into that first stitch, just like that. And then we're going to chain 1. Now that chain 1 I did does not count as a stitch. It doesn't count as anything. So we're going to go right back into the same spot that we just slip stitched into and do a single crochet. Now I'm going to work 1 single crochet in every stitch all the way around. Just like this. Now to make sure your chain doesn't twist on you, what you want to do when you're working this row single crochet, make sure you're either consistently going into the front of the chain or consistently going into the back. You can see that every stitch that I put in is the front of my chain. I don't want to flip it around and accidentally put one into the back, because then my chain will be all twisted up. So that's kind of how I keep my chain from twisting up. I just make sure that I'm going into the front of the chain with every single crochet that I make. So I'm going to continue putting one single crochet in every stitch until I get back around to the beginning. Okay, I've made it back around. At the end of round 1, you should have 66 stitches. So you want to go ahead and end with the slip stitch into that first single crochet. Not the chain one we did, but the first single crochet. Go ahead and slip stitch right into it. And that'll end round 1. Now round 2, we're going to chain 1. And again, that chain 1 does not count as anything. So we're going to go right back into that same stitch right there and put a double crochet. And then I'm going to work a double crochet into the next stitch. And in the next stitch, I'm going to put 2 double crochets into the same stitch. Now I'm going to put 1 double crochet in each of the next 2 stitches. So 1 double crochet into the next stitch, 1 double crochet into the next stitch, and then the next stitch I'm going to put 2 double crochets into the same stitch. And I'm just going to repeat that all the way around. So 1 double crochet in each of the next 2 stitches. So 1 in the next, 1 in the next, and then 2 double crochets into the next stitch. Repeat it again. 1 double crochet, and then 1 double crochet, and then 2 double crochets. So I'm going to repeat that pattern all the way around until I get back to my starting point. 1 double, 1 double, 2 doubles, 1 double, 1 double, 2 doubles, all the way until I get back over here to the beginning. Okay, I'm coming to the end of round 2, and your last stitch should have had 2 double crochets in it, and you should have a total of 88 stitches now. And you want to go ahead and end round 2 by slip stitching into your first double crochet, not this chain one, but the first double, and that ends round 2. Round 3, we're going to chain 1, remember, which does not count as a stitch. We're going to go right back into that same stitch that we just slip stitched into and double crochet. Now we're going to put 1 double crochet into the next 2 stitches. So counting that first double crochet that we did, we now have 3 double crochets in a row. 1, 2, 3. Now the next stitch is going to get 2 double crochets into the same stitch. And that's the repeat now for round 3. 3 double crochets in a row, and then 2 double crochets into the next stitch. So I'm going to go ahead and put 1 double crochet into the next 3 stitches. 1, 2, and 3, and the next one will get 2 double crochets into the same stitch. Again, 1 double crochet into the next 3 stitches. And then 2 double crochets into the next. And I'm going to repeat this pattern all the way around until I get back to the beginning. So 1 double, 1 double, 1 double, 2 doubles. 1 double, 1 double, 1 double, 2 doubles. All the way around till you get back to your starting point. Okay, I've made it to the end of round 3. And you should have a total of 110 stitches now. Your last stitch should have had 2 double crochets in it. So we're going to go ahead and end it by slip stitching into our first double crochet. Now we're going to make the armholes. So we're going to go ahead and chain 1. And what we want to do is work 1 double crochet into the first 17 stitches. So we're going to go ahead and put the first one right here into the very same stitch. So we need 17. This will be number 1. And then 2, 3, 4, all the way till you get to 17. Okay, I got 17 stitches there, counting that very first one. Now I want to work a chain of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just a normal chain, not a real tight one, because we have to go back into those stitches. Now I'm going to skip 22 stitches. So just count over, starting with the next one that you didn't work in. So we worked in this one, so we'll start here counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 22. Now in the very next one, we're going to double crochet. So we skip 22, and in the next one after that, we're going to double crochet. So with this chain 6 still on our hook, we're going to yarn over and go into that next one and double crochet. Just like that. So that would be our first armhole here. Now what we want to do is we want to go across the front here, and we want to have 32 stitches. This is going to be our first one. So this would be 1. So 32 double crochets in a row. This counts as 1. Here's 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way until you get to 32. Okay, I've got my 32 stitches across the front. Now I'm going to work a chain of 6 again. And again, I'm going to skip the next 22 stitches. And in the next one, I'm going to double crochet. So I skipped 22. The next one, I'm going to double crochet. And that is our second armhole right here. Now I'm going to go ahead and continue and put 1 double crochet in the remaining stitches. So counting this one, we should have 17 that remain. So go ahead and put 1 double crochet in the remaining stitches. Okay, I went ahead and did a double crochet in my last 17 stitches. Now I'm going to end round 4 by slip stitching into my first double crochet. And now you should have a total of 66 stitches. And that is not counting any of these stitches that we skipped or the chain spaces. So 66 all together. Now we're going to go around with a row of single crochet. So we're going to chain 1. We're going to go back into that same stitch and single crochet. Now I'm going to work 1 single crochet in every stitch until I get to my chain space. Okay, now when you make it to your chain space, we're going to work 1 single crochet in every stitch of the chain space. So we chained 6, so we'll need to do 6 single crochets across this chain. So just go right into each stitch, each of the 6 chains. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sometimes that last one's kind of tight, but make sure you get that one. And there's 6. And then we start again. Make sure you get this first stitch here. Putting 1 single crochet in every stitch again until we get to our next chain space. And then when we get to our next chain space, we just do the same thing. We put 1 single crochet in each of the 6 stitches of the chain. And then we continue putting 1 single crochet in every stitch until we get back to the beginning. So I'm going to go ahead and finish that until I get back to my starting point. Okay, I made it to the end of round 5, and you should have a total of 78 stitches now. So we're going to go ahead and end with a slip stitch into our first single crochet. Now we're going to start the dress part. So round 6 starts the skirt of the dress. So what we're going to do is chain 1. Now we're going to go right back into that same stitch, and we're going to work 2 double crochets. There's 1 and 2, and then we're going to do a chain of 2, and we're going to go back into that same stitch and work 2 more double crochets. So that's how we start every row of the dress. Okay, now we're going to chain 3. 1, 2, 3. We're going to skip 2 stitches, skip, skip, and in the next one we're going to work 1 double crochet, a chain of 3, and then 1 more double crochet like that. And then we're going to chain 3, and then we're going to skip 2, skip, skip, and in the next stitch we're going to start over again. So we skipped 2, and in the next one we're going to work 2 double crochets, a chain of 2, and 2 more double crochets, chain 3, skip 2, skip, skip, and in the next one we work 1 double, a chain of 3, and 1 more double crochet into that same stitch, and then we chain 3, skip 2, and then we repeat it again. So skip 2, and in the next stitch we're going to work 2 double crochets, a chain of 2, and then 2 more double crochets into the same stitch. Then we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, skip 2, 1, 2, and in the next one 1 double crochet, a chain of 3, and then 1 more double crochet, chain 3, skip 2, skip, skip, and we repeat it again. So skip 2 and start again. We work, do it one more time, the 2 doubles, chain of 2, and 2 more doubles, chain 3, skip 2, skip, and then the next one we work 1 double, a chain of 3, and 1 more double, chain 3, skip 2, and then repeat it again. Start with your 2 doubles, chain 2, 2 doubles. So we're just going to repeat this pattern all the way around until we get back to the beginning. And it's going to be kind of bunched up looking. That's fine. That's what we want. So we'll just continue this all the way around until we get back to the beginning. Okay, I'm coming to the end of round 6. I did a double crochet, chain 3, double crochet, and then I have 2 stitches that remain. You want to make sure you chain 3 after that last one. Skip those 2 stitches, and then slip stitch into the first double crochet of this first V-stitch here. So that'll end around 6. So what we have here is, I call these double V-stitches because they have two doubles on this side and 2 doubles on this side. And then on this one would be a regular V-stitch. So you should have 13 of the doubles and 13 of the regular, or 26 of these all together. So for round 7, we want to slip stitch 2 times until we get to the middle of this first double V-stitch. So slip stitch once and then twice. And then we're going to start again by chaining 1 and putting the double V-stitch right back here into this same chain space. So we're going to do 2 double crochets right through the chain space. A chain of 2, and then 2 more double crochets, just like that. Now we're going to work a chain of 2, 1, 2, and then this regular V-stitch here in this chain 3 space, we're going to work 6 double crochets. So right through the space, we're going to work 6 doubles. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we're going to chain 2, and now we're going to repeat it again. So right here in this double V-stitch, we're going to do another double V-stitch into the chain 2 space. So go right into it and work 2 doubles, chain of 2, and 2 more doubles, then we're going to chain 2, and now we're going to work 6 doubles into the chain space of this next single V-stitch. So yarn over and go ahead and work 6 double crochets. There's 1, 2, 6, chain 2, and repeat it again. So every time we come up on one of these double V-stitches, we always put another double V-stitch right in the chain space of it. That never changes. It's always going to be a double V-stitch on top of double V-stitch. The only part that's really changing is this row right here when we do the double or the regular V-stitches. So we're going to go ahead and do a double V-stitch in the chain space of this next double V-stitch. So 2 doubles, chain of 2, 2 more doubles, chain 2, and 6 double crochets into this next single V-stitch. Six, chain 2, and repeat. Double V right here into the chain space of the next double V. So 2 doubles, chain 2, 2 doubles, chain 2 again, 6 double crochets in the chain space of this regular V, chain 2, and repeat again. So I'm going to repeat that pattern all the way around until I get back to the beginning. And remember, it's going to be roughly. It's supposed to be all wadded up. That's how it's supposed to be, so you're not doing anything wrong if it's looking like that. Okay, I'm coming to the end of round 7. I did my 6 double crochets here in this last single V-stitch, so I want to make sure I chain 2, and then I'm going to end with the slip stitch into my first double crochet on my first double V-stitch, and that'll end around 7. Now you should have 13 of the double V-stitches, and you'll have 13 of where we chained 6 into the same spot. I guess we can call these spans, I guess, but 13 of these 6 double crochets in the same spots, shells or fans, whatever you want to call them, and then 13 of the double V's. So we're gonna start again, round 8, by slip stitching 2 times to our first middle of our first double V, and we will chain 1, and we'll work a double V right back here in the same chain space. So 2 doubles, chain 2, and 2 more doubles, like that. Now we're going to work over here. We're not going to chain anything now. We're going to work a double crochet into the top of the first double crochet of this group of 6. So right into the top of it, we work a double crochet. Now we're going to chain 1 and work a double crochet into the top of the next double crochet, chain 1, double crochet into the top of the next double crochet, chain 1, double crochet into the top of the next double crochet, chain 1, again double crochet into the top of the next double crochet, chain 1, and double crochet into the top of the next double crochet, like that. Now we're not going to chain anything now. We're just going to jump over here to the next double V-stitch right here into the chain space and work another double V-stitch. So 2 doubles, chain of 2, and 2 more doubles. So we're just going to repeat this now. So no chaining after that double V-stitch. We come right over here to this shell of 6, and we work 1 double crochet in top of the first double crochet, and then we chain 1, and then we work 1 double crochet into the next double crochet, chain 1. Again, 1 double into the next double, chain 1, 1 double into the next double, chain 1, 1 double into the next double, chain 1, and 1 double into the last double. And then we repeat. We did not chain after that last double. We just jump right over here to this next double V-stitch and double V-stitch into the chain space. So we work 2 doubles, chain of 2, and 2 more doubles. Do not chain, double crochet into the first double crochet of our group of our shell here, of our 6 double crochet shell, chain 1, and again double crochet, chain 1, double crochet, chain 1, double, chain 1, double, chain 1, and double into the last. We do not chain 1 after this last one. We just jump right over here to this next double V-stitch and double V in it. Now this is the pattern we're going to repeat all the way around until we get back to the beginning. And then we just start again. So that's what it's kind of starting to look like now. You see the double V's are always lined up, and they will always be lined up the entire length of the skirt. This part is the only part that changes. So go ahead and repeat this all the way back to the beginning. Okay, I'm coming to the end of round 8. I just did my last double crochet here. Remember, do not chain 1 after it. Go ahead and end with the slip stitch into the first double crochet of your first double V-stitch, and again you'll have 13 double V-stitches and then 13 of these little fans with the 6 double crochets with the chain 1s in between them. So we're going to start round 9, slip stitching 2 times to the first chain space. Now we're going to chain 1, double V right back into that chain space. So 2 doubles, chain of 2, and 2 more doubles. Now we're going to chain 1. Now we're going to work in these chain spaces here. So we're going to jump to our first chain 1 space here, and we're going to do a puff. So what we're going to do is yarn over, go into that space, drop a loop, yarn over, go into the space, draw up a loop, and yarn over again. Go into the space, draw up a loop, and you'll have a total of 7 loops on your hook. Yarn over, go through all 7 loops, and chain 1. Now that's what we're going to do in every one of these chain 1 spaces. So we're going to yarn over, go through, draw up a loop. You want to do that 3 times total. So that was 1. Yarn over, go in, 2, yarn over, go in again. That's 3. You'll have 7 loops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yarn over, go through all 7, and chain 1. So there's your second puff. Again, we'll do it to the next chain space. Yarn over, go in, draw up a loop. That's 1 time. 2 times, 3 times, 7 loops on your hook, yarn over, go through all 7 loops, chain 1, and there is your third puff. Again, yarn over, go into the next chain space, draw up a loop. That's once, 2 times, 3 times, 7 loops, yarn over, go through all 7, chain 1. And again, we'll do it one more time in this last chain space. Yarn over, go right through it, drop a loop. That's once, twice, 3 times, 7 loops on your hook, yarn over through all 7, chain 1. Now you got 5 puffs there, and go ahead and jump to your next chain space of your next double V and double V into it. So 2 doubles, chain of 2, and 2 more doubles. So that's kind of the repeat for this round. So we chain 1 after that double V, and we jump to the first chain 1 space and we work a puff. So we yarn over, go right into that chain 1 space, drop a loop, and you want to do that 3 times. So that was once, 2 times, and 3. 7 loops remain. Yarn over and go through all 7 and chain 1. Again, we'll do that into the next chain 1 space. Yarn over and do your puff. 7 loops, go through all 7, chain 1. Again, we're going to do a puff in each of the chain 1 spaces. And the next one. Chain 1, and then the last one here. Chain 1, and jump over here to your next double V and double V into it. So 2 doubles, chain 2, and 2 more doubles, chain 1, and repeat. So that's what it starts to look like now. You got your puff stitches there. So we're just going to repeat this all the way around, back to the beginning. Okay, I'm coming to the end of round 9. I did my last puff stitch. I chained 1, and I want to end with a slip stitch into the first double crochet of the first double V stitch. And again, you'll have 13 double V stitches and 13 of these sets of 5 puff stitches. So round 10, we're going to do 2 slip stitches again to our first chain 2 space, chain 1, double V stitch right here into the same chain space. So 2 doubles, chain of 2, and 2 more doubles. Now we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and we're going to work a regular V stitch in the middle of the top of the middle puff. So skip these 2 puffs, and then the third one right in the top of it, we're going to do right there into the top of it. You see the top right there. We're going to do a double crochet, a chain of 3, and another double crochet. Then we're going to chain 3 and repeat. So we'll skip these 2 puffs, and then this go ahead and double V stitch into the chain space of the next double V. So 2 doubles, chain 2, and 2 more doubles, chain 3, and then regular V stitch into the middle puff. So you skip these two, and in the top of the third puff, right here into the top of it, you do a double crochet, chain of 3, and another double crochet like that, chain 3, and repeat it. Double skip these puffs here, double V into the top of the next double V, so 2 doubles, chain of 2, 2 more doubles, chain 3, skip these 2 puffs, a regular V into the top of the third one, so 1 double, chain 3, 1 double, chain 3, skip these 2 puffs, and double V into the top of the next double V. So that is a repeat now for this round. Chain 3, skip the 2 puffs, regular V into the top of the third puff here, or the center puff, 1 double, chain 3, 1 double, chain 3 again, and repeat. Skip these next 2 puffs and double V into the chain space of the next double V. So we're going to repeat this pattern all the way around until we get back to the beginning. And that's what it's looking like. Okay, I'm coming to the end of round 10. I just did my last regular V-stitch into the top of the middle puff, so I'm going to chain 3, and then I'm going to end round 10 by slip stitching into the first double crochet of the first double V, just like that. Now what we want to do now is, for round 11, we're just going to start repeating rows 7 through 10. So now it's just a repeat of rows 7, 8, 9, and 10. So it's a 4-row repeat. So remember, we come back up. Row 7 is where we did the 6 double crochets. Then it'd be row 8 is where we put, we did the fan, where we did 1 double crochet, chain 1, 1 double crochet, chain 1, 1 double crochet. Row 9 would be the puff stitch row, and row 10 would be the one that we just did. And then we would repeat it again. Go back and repeat the 6 double crochet shell, and then the fan with the 6 double crochets. Now for round 11, all we're going to do is start repeating. So we want to repeat rows 7 through 10. So it's a 4-row repeat. So row 7 is where you'd start putting the 6 double crochet shell. That's row 7. Row 8 would be next, and that's where we did the double crochet, chain 1, double crochet, chain 1, double crochet, chain 1. Row 9 would be the puff stitch row, and row 10 would be the row that we just did. So we would just start row 11 by repeating row 7. So we just slip stitch here and do our double V, then we chain 2, do our 6 doubles, chain 2, do our double V, chain 2, do our 6 doubles, chain 2, do our double V, just like we did down here on row 7, and then we do row 8 again, row 9 again, and row 10. So repeat rows 7 through 10 until you get your skirt part or your dress as long as you want it to be. Okay, I went ahead and did a total of 26 rounds. And that is starting from the very, very first round. So all the way down, if you count, I ended at 26. You can do it longer if you want, but you want to end in a round that is like this, where you have the single V-stitch and the double V-stitch rounds. So if you do it longer, just make sure you end in this round here. And then I'm going to put some white edging on mine. So I just ended that last round with a slip stitch into that first double crochet of the first double V-stitch, and then you want to clip that yarn off. And I'm going to change to white now. So let me move this out of the way. Okay, I'm going to start my white yarn just kind of back here where we just ended. Here's where we ended. I'm just going to start it in the chain 2 space of the first double V-stitch here. And go ahead and chain 1. Now I'm going to work a shell of 7 double crochets into this chain 2 space. So 7 doubles. And now what I'm going to do is single crochet right through this big chain 3 space. Just go right through it, single crochet. And now I'm going to go to this single V-stitch and I'm going to work 7 doubles through this chain space here. Just like that. And again, single crochet right here through this big chain 3 space. And I'm just going to repeat that. And that's going to make these shells in every one of the V-stitches. This is this, in case you noticed, this is the same size hook that I was using. It's just a different hook. I can't find the one that I was using earlier. So jump right over here to the next double V-stitch into the chain 2 space and work 7 doubles. And then single crochet through this chain space here. And 7 doubles into the next V-stitch space. So I'm going to repeat this all the way around until I get back to the beginning. Okay, I've made it back around. I did my last shell and then I single crocheted here in this last chain 3 space and I'm back to where I started. So you just want to go ahead and end into your first double crochet of this first shell here. And now you should have 26 shells. And then we can clip that yarn off.
I set it up on the shelf. I gotta go grab a remote.
And now we can hide that tail. I'll do that in a little bit. Now I'm going to go to the top and I'm going to clean up around the neck. So I'm going to start, you want to start with the back side of your dress facing you. So here's the back of mine. You can see where I started. And we're just going to go around the top with a row of single crochet, and I'm going to do it in white. So you can start in any stitch here along the back. It doesn't really matter. Just any of them. Just go ahead and start your yarn and chain 1, and then go back right back into that same stitch that you just started in and single crochet. Now go ahead and work 1 single crochet in every single stitch all the way around the whole neckline. And this will clean up the neck, make it look nice and clean. Trying to hide these tails right here as I go. I hate sewing in tails. It's the worst. So just like this, one single crochet in every stitch along the neck, all the way around until you get back around the front and back around here to your starting point. Okay, once you make it back around, you want to go ahead and end with the slip stitch into your first single crochet, not that chain one, but the first single crochet, and then you can tie that off. Should have 66 stitches here because we started with 66, but if you don't worry about it. It's not that big deal as long as you're close to that number. I think I only have 65 actually, so, but I'm not going to worry about that. So now we're going to turn it back over, and let's see, let's go around the sleeves. I think I'll do that with some white. So let's see, both sleeves will work the same. You can start on any sleeve you want. Get my desk here. Okay. Let's pick up a sleeve here. I'm going to start down here first. Okay. You see all the stitches that we skipped on the sleeve. And then you can see there's a double crochet here on the side. And then there'll be the 6 stitches of the chain. I'm going to start here's the stitches that we skipped, and you can see this stitch right here is the double crochet. There's a stitch that one's attached to. It's not one that we skipped, but it's a stitch that this double crochet is attached to. You can see it right here, this hole. I'm going to start right there. You see how this double crochet here is in that stitch? And this is one of the stitches we skipped. It's in that stitch also. You see it right there. That's where I'm going to start my yarn when I do both sleeves. So I'm going to chain 1. Now the sleeves don't have to be perfect either, so if you can't find the exact same stitch as me, it's okay. We're just going along and we're just going to edge it. So I'm going to go back into that same stitch and single crochet. Now we're at the side of the double, so I'm going to work 2 single crochets in the side of this double crochet. So what I'm going to do is just go completely right under the whole double crochet and single crochet 2 times. So that's 1 and 2, just like that. Now I'm going to go to the next stitch here. You see this is another hole right here that we didn't, it's not part of the chain, it's where this double crochet was attached to. Go ahead and go into that and do a single crochet. And now you'll be able to do the 6 stitches of the chain. So just go ahead and do those 6 single crochets of the chain we did for the armhole. I know it's a little confusing, but remember, it doesn't have to be perfect. So now we're over here again where there's a double crochet. Right here is that hole again that the double crochet is attached to. So go right into that little hole, single crochet. Here's the double crochet. Just go right through it, through that whole space, and do 2 single crochets. And then the stitch right here that this double crochet is attached to. You can see here's the top of the double crochet right there. Here's the stitch. Go right into that. And now we're going to work 1 single crochet in every stitch that we skipped. all the way around until we get back to the beginning. I got tails everywhere. Okay, I'm coming up to the beginning. We're just going to end by slip stitching into our first single crochet right here and tying that off. Now remember, it doesn't matter if you had just, you didn't have to be exact around there. That was just edging it. So if it's not, I don't even know how many stitches I have. It doesn't really matter. So as long as it's edged up nice like that, it's fine. Now I'm going to go ahead and do the other sleeve. I'll turn this around so you can see it the same way. Okay, that's it. Once you get both your sleeves done, you can be done. I had this little flower here and I just actually hot glued it on to the back. It'll probably never come off, but this came from eBay. They have all sorts of flowers in case you want something like that. If not, you don't have to put anything on it. But that's it. That is all there is to it. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel. Don't forget to check me out on Facebook too. If you post, I'd really like to see a picture of your crochet items. You can post them on my Facebook page. I'll put a link to that below in the description box. And I'll also put a link to my website so you can check that out too. And until next time, have a good day. Hi everybody, this is Crystal. So today I'm going to show you how to make this toddler dress here. So I'm going to go ahead and set my camera down. I don't have a lot of room, so I wanted to show you up close first here. Set it down here. It's actually quite easy to make. In addition to what I said that you're going to need, if you want to put some buttons on it, you can. These are just some buttons that I found at Walmart. They're kind of sparkly in the button aisle. That's optional. You're going to need thread and needle if you decide to put buttons on to sew them on. This is made to fit a size 2-3. You can drop a hook size down and probably make it fit like 12 to 18 months, but I wouldn't suggest doing any bigger than a 2-3 size unless you can refigure out the multiples. I don't have any other sizes available besides those, so follow along with me and it'll fit a 2-3. You drop a hook, you could probably get 12 to 18 months out of it, but other than that, no other sizes at this moment. But it's actually pretty easy. I want to take a minute to ask you not to forget to like and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. I'd really appreciate it. That way you never miss any of my updates or my giveaways or yarn shopping videos or yarn reviews or all of that cool stuff. If you love yarn, then you're going to love my channel. Show you on the back of this too. It doesn't have this slides over the head. And these are, the armholes are cut open pretty long. I kind of make it look like a, I guess like a jumper maybe, or a romper kind of. I guess that's what you would call it. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started on it. Okay, for this project I am using Caron Simply Soft, which is a medium weight 100% acrylic yarn. Now you do not have to use this yarn. Any type of 4-weight yarn will work. And there are 315 yards in this skein, and I went through about a skein and a half, so you're going to need probably 500 yards maybe, something like that. So the color that I use is called Super Duper Yellow, and then I used the same brand, a little bit of white, not much white at all, maybe 10 yards, if even that, just a little bit to put around the edge. But of course you can use any color that you like. And then I'm going to be using a size I, which is a 5.5 millimeter crochet hook. Okay, you want to start off with a chain of 26. Now what we're going to do after you get your chain of 26, we're going to do a single crochet in the second stitch from the hook. And remember, we never count the one that's on our hook. So 1, 2, single crochet in the second stitch. And now it's 1 single crochet in every stitch until you get to the end of the row. Just like that. Okay, once you make it to the end of row 1, you should have a total of 25 stitches now. So now we're going to chain 1 and turn our work. Now that chain 1 that we did does not count as a stitch. It doesn't count as anything. So we're going to go right back here into the very first stitch and single crochet. And now we're going to work again for row 2, 1 single crochet in every stitch until you get to the end of the row. One single every stitch until you get to end of row 2. Okay, I've made it to the end of row 2 and I still should have 25 stitches. So now I'm just going to do some repeats of row 2. So for row 3, I'm going to chain 1 and turn, and I'm going to single crochet right there in that very first stitch and work 1 single crochet in every stitch across. So I'm going to be working rows of single crochet now. 1 single in every stitch, and I should always have 25 stitches at the end of every row. So we're on row 3 now, working 1 single crochet in every stitch. When I get to the end, I'll have 25, and then I want to chain 1 and turn and repeat. Okay, I went ahead and did a total of 14 rows. It's going to give a little bit of a stretch of single crochet. So don't tie off now, we're going to make some straps. So what we're going to do is just we're going to chain 1 and turn, and we're going to put 1 single crochet in the first 4 stitches. So starting with this very first one, there's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we're going to chain 1 and turn our work, and we're going to repeat that. In the very first stitch, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Again, chain 1 and turn. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we're going to keep repeating those rows of 4 single crochet for a little while till we get our strap as long as we want it to be. And if you feel like it's a little thin, that's fine. We're still going to go around it at the end and put single crochet, clean up the edges, so that'll make it a bit thicker on both sides. So if it looks thin to you now, it'll still get thicker in the end, so don't worry about that. So I'm going to continue doing my rows of single crochet, 4 single crochets in every row. Okay, I went ahead and did a total of 22 rows for the straps, starting with the very first row of straps that we did. So counting with the very first row of 4, I done 22. Now what you want to do is tie this off. So go ahead and clip that off like that. Now we're going to take our work and flip it to where this first row of single crochet is on the wrong side. So it should be facing this way now with your strap over here. Now you want to skip 17 stitches here and start your yarn in the next stitch. So there'll be 4 left once you skip 17. So count over 17, and then you'll have 4 that remain, and start your yarn in the next stitch. or you can just start from this end and count 4 over. 1, 2, 3, 4, and start your yarn in that 4th stitch. I guess that works out just the same. And what we're going to do is work the strap again. So we're going to chain 1 here. We're going to go back into that same stitch that we started into and single crochet, and then single crochet in the remaining 3 stitches. So you'll have 4 stitches there. That'd be row 1 in the straps. We just chain 1 and turn, and we repeat what we did on the other side. Single crochets, 1 in every stitch. There should be 4. So that was 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's row 2. Chain 1 and turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's row 3. There's 4 stitches. Chain 1 and turn, and you want to do that until you get a total of 22 rows of 4 again for the strap. Okay, I got my 22 rows done here on this strap. So again, I'm going to clip that and tie that off like that. Now we're going to start working on the back part. So we're going to connect these straps and do this on the back. So just kind of flip your work just like this. Just like this. We're still going to be working in the same, just work like this. Here it is facing you. So we're going to start our yarn over here into the very first strap. Right over here. Start your yarn in that very first stitch. Chain 1. Go right back into the same stitch and single crochet. Now 1 single crochet into the next 3 stitches, because remember we had 3 stitches or 4 stitches of the strap. So there's 4. Now we skipped 17 down here, so we're going to chain 17. And then we're going to carry the chain over, and we're going to single crochet into the first stitch of this strap and single crochet into the next 3. There we go. Now counting the straps and the chains, you should have your 25 stitches again, like that. So now we're going to chain 1 and turn, 1 single crochet into these 4 stitches here of the strap, and 1 single crochet in every stitch of the chain, and there should be 17. And sometimes this very first one gets a little tight, but you got to make sure you get into that one. So go right into that very first one, and 1 single crochet in each stitch of the chain. Remember, you should have 17 of the chain. Here is 17 for me. And then 1 single crochet in these 4 stitches here of the last strap. And now you should have your 25 stitches again. Just like that. Don't worry about it if it's kind of gappy looking here. We'll take care of that later at the end when we do edging work and clean it up. Okay, now we just want to do our 14 rows of single crochet again, just like we did down here. And this would be considered row number 1 that we just did. So again, we're just going to chain 1 and turn. Try not to twist up your straps. And single crochet into the very first stitch. And it's 1 single crochet in every stitch across. Now this is row 2 of this side. And we need to do 14 rows to match up with the other side. And when you get to the end, you should have 25 stitches, and then you just chain 1 and turn for row 3 and repeat. And you want to do it for a total of 14 rows. Now remember, this is row 2 that we're on. So 14 rows of single crochet, 25 stitches at the end of every row. Okay, I've finished my 14 rows now. Now we're going to connect them. So don't tie off. So what we got, remember, is 14 rows here, 22 rows on each of the straps, and then another 14 rows. So I didn't tie off. What I want to do is a chain of 7. Kind of a loose chain of 7, not a tight one. Like that, and then I'm going to bring it over. Make sure your straps aren't. Kind of fold this piece in half. And single crochet it to this piece here, the side over here. Like that. So now I'm going to work around here, putting 1 single crochet in every stitch until I get to my next, or till I get to the end here, over here, and then we'll do the other armhole again. Okay, I've made it here to the other side, so I'm going to do my chain of 7 again. And then I'm going to bring it over here. Make sure you don't twist your straps. And single crochet it over here. Fold it out flat like this to the other side, to the first stitch on the other side. That. And then single crochet, 1 single crochet in every stitch across until we get to that chain, the first chain we made. Okay, I've made it back to my starting point, which would be here at my first chain, my last stitch before my first chain. You should have a total of 50 stitches now, not counting these chains, because you got your 25 in front and your 25 in back. Now I'm going to work, and I'm going to put 1 stitch in every, 1 single crochet in every stitch of the chain. So that would be 7 single crochets here, just like this. Make sure you get this last one. Sometimes it's hard to see it, but it's right there. You got to make sure you get that. And then you start again with this very first stitch right here, working 1 single crochet in every stitch until you get to your next chain space. And when you get to your next chain space, you'll work 7 single crochets. So 1 single crochet in every stitch across till here, and then 1 single crochet in every stitch of the chain, which was 7. And then 1 single crochet in every stitch across until you get back to your starting point. Okay, once you have made it all the way around and you have made it back to your first chain, you should have a total of 64 stitches now. So that's counting the 25 on this side, the 25 on this side, and the 7 of each chain. Now we're just going to go ahead and slip stitch into the next stitch and tie off. Now I'm tying off, so I mean, you wouldn't necessarily have to, but I'm doing it so I can start my seam in the back of the dress. So I'm going to flip my work over. Whatever side that you like better, I guess they both look the same. I'm going to start back here into the back. Now flip your work like this and just start somewhere along the middle. Anywhere is fine. And start in any stitch along the middle of the back of your dress. Make sure your work is flipped or the straps are facing this way. So here's the bottom. We're going to work on the skirt of the dress. So go ahead and start your yarn. Now we're going to call this row 1 of the skirt. We're going to chain 1. Now we're going to go back into that same spot and work a V stitch. So we're going to do 1 double crochet, a chain of 1, and then another double crochet. So that's going to be the V stitch. Now we're going to skip 1 stitch and we're going to work a shell stitch into the next. Now the shell stitch is going to be 5 double crochets into the same stitch. So skip 1, skip, and 5 doubles into the next. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And that's what we're going to repeat all the way around. Skip 1, V stitch into the next. So skip, and in the next one we're going to put a double crochet, a chain of 1, and another double crochet. Skip 1, put a shell into the next. So skip, shell, which is 5 double crochets into the next. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now we're going to put a V stitch into the next. So skip 1, V into the next. So we double crochet, chain 1, double crochet, skip 1, shell into the next. So 5 doubles into the next. And repeat. Skip 1, V stitch into the next, double, chain 1, double, skip 1, shell into the next. So we're on the chain of the armhole, and that's fine. We just repeat the same pattern. So skip, shell into the next, skip 1, and V stitch into the next. And I'm going to repeat this all the way around back to the beginning. Okay, I've made it all the way around back to round 1 of the skirt part. So I did a shell and I have 1 stitch left to skip, and I want to end it by slip stitching into the first double crochet of my first V stitch. And at the end of the round 1, you should have 16 shells and 16 V stitches total. Now round 2 is going to be the repeat round for the rest of the skirt. So you want to start off by slip stitching right into the chain 1 space of the first V and chain 1. Now we're going to go right back into the same stitch and do a V stitch. So we're going to double crochet, chain 1, and double crochet. Now we're going to do a shell in the middle stitch of the next shell. So it's if you count over 1, 2, it'll be the 3rd stitch over of the shells. So you see your middle stitch is right here. Go ahead and shell right into the top of that middle stitch. So 5 double crochets into that middle stitch. And then we're going to V-stitch in the chain 1 space of the next V-stitch. So go right into this space and do a V-stitch, a double, a chain 1, and another double. And we're going to kind of repeat this all the way around. Shell into the middle of the next shell, into that middle stitch, 5 double crochets, and then V-stitch into the in the middle of the next V-stitch, this chain 1 space here. And again, shell into the middle stitch, and then V-stitch into the middle of the next V-stitch. And we're going to repeat that all the way around. Okay, I'm coming around to the end of round 2 of the skirt. 16 shells, 16 V-stitches, and we're just going to end again. I just did my last shell. End again into the slip stitch into the first double crochet of the first V-stitch. Now for the rest of the skirt, until we put the edging on, it's just going to be a repeat of that round 2. So for round 3, we're just going to slip stitch over into our first chain 1 space, chain 1, and then go right back into it and work a V-stitch. So double, chain 1, and double. And now we go to our next shell and we work a shell in the middle stitch of the next shell. So we're just repeating what we did on the previous round, and we're going to do this for the length of the dress. So it's a pretty easy repeat row, just a 1 row repeat. Come over here to the next V-stitch and V-stitch right into the chain 1 space. Shell into the middle stitch of the next shell. V-stitch into the middle of the next V, and repeat that and keep repeating that until you get back to the beginning. And then you just slip stitch into the first double crochet your first V, slip stitch over, chain 1, and start again. And you kind of just repeat that for several rows. It's okay if it's looking a little wavy, it's supposed to look like that. So I'm going to continue going until I get my skirt as long as I want it to be. Okay, I have done a total of 18 rows of these shells and V-stitches on the skirt. Now you can do yours however long you want, but once you get as many rows as you want, like I said, I done 18. I'm going to go ahead and just tie off now. Tie off my yellow. And I'm going to go do 1 row of edging in white. So I'm going to start in the middle of this V-stitch. Here's where I just ended. I'm going to start right here in the middle of this V-stitch with my white. What I'm going to do is I'm going to work a shell into this V-stitch. So I'm going to chain 1. Now I'm going to go back into the V-stitch and I'm going to work 5 double crochets. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And now what I'm going to do is single crochet into the middle of the next shell. So where we would normally put a shell, I'm going to put a single crochet like that. And then I'm going to jump to the next V-stitch here and I'm going to work a shell right in the middle of it. So there's 5 double crochets. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then I'm going to jump to the middle of the next shell and single crochet. And this is what I'm going to repeat all the way around. This is going to be my edging. So in the next V stitch here, I'm going to put a shell, 5 double crochets. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then single crochet into the middle of the next shell. So I'm going to repeat this all the way around, back to the beginning. Okay, I've made it all the way around with my edging, and you want to go ahead and end. I just did my last single crochet there in this middle of this last shell, in with the slip stitch into your first double crochet here of your very first shell, and you should have 16 shells. Go ahead and clip that off, and you can hide that tail. So there's that. Now I'm going to go around the sleeves and the neck real quick just to clean that up. So I'll show you what we're going to do there. You can start anywhere that you want. I'm going to flip mine over. Let's see. I'm going to start where your work's facing you. Make sure your work's facing you like this. So I'm just going to start over here somewhere along this chain. About the first stitch of the chain here. And I'm using my yellow, but you can use whatever color you want. Chain 1, go back into that same stitch and single crochet. Now you work 1 single crochet in every stitch of that chain that we used for the armhole. And then we'll start working up the side of the dress here. 1 single crochet in each one of these single crochets up the side. So it's kind of hard to tell because it's the end of the row here. I kind of just go right in between the hole right in between the last single crochet and the second to the last single crochet. And then I'll single crochet into it. And I'll do that at the end of every row here. And that's just going to clean up the edges so they're not so rough looking. Now, stitch count don't really matter on this part. Just do the best you can to evenly space out your single crochets because we're just cleaning up the edges. See how much nicer that looks now. Now I'm going to go all the way up the strap also. We're out working on the outside of the strap. And I'm just going to continue working the 1 single crochet in every stitch, which is really at the end of every row is what I'm going into. I'm going to do this all the way around the outside of this strap. And then back down, all the way back down this other side here until I get back to where I started right here, where the chain area starts. Okay, when you make it back to your starting point, you just want to go ahead and slip stitch into that first single crochet you made. Not the chain one, but the first single crochet. Now, I'm not even going to count my stitches because it doesn't really matter right now. You just really needed to evenly space out your single crochet to kind of clean up that edge. And now you can see that looks a lot better. Now, you want to do the same on both sides, which I already did my other side. So you're going to see those sides are nice and clean. Now we're going to go around the inside the same way we just did around the outside. So kind of just I'm going to start in the back of my dress, kind of in the corner. Now what I'm going to do, there's 4 corners of the dress at each point of the strap. I'm going to single crochet those four corners together. So I'm in the back of my dress. I'm going to start in this stitch right here. the first one of the sleeve, not this corner one that the sleeve is that the strap is attached to, but this one right here, the last one of the strap. And I'm going to chain one, go back in that same stitch, and single crochet like that. Now what I'm going to do is skip that corner stitch, just skip it, and go to the next one and single crochet. So I actually didn't single crochet them together. I kind of just skipped that one stitch just to make it kind of maybe not quite so square here. Now I'm going to work one single crochet in every stitch until I get to that next corner where the strap starts, or strap ends, or to where the strap is. Okay, I'm coming to the corner of the strap. So you see this hole right here? This is the one I'm going to skip completely. So I'm going to single crochet into this one. And then I'm just going to skip that spot, and I'm going to jump up here to the first stitch of the strap and single crochet into it. Now, if you can't get that exactly, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Like I said, I'm not even going to count my stitches here. Now I'm going to work up my strap, just like we did on the other side over here, cleaning up the edges, one single crochet in every stitch, or just try to evenly space out your single crochets the best that you can. That's all you can do, really. Do your best. Okay, I'm coming down here to the corner of the strap again. So we'll kind of do the same thing. And like I said, if you can't do it, don't worry about it. I'm going to skip this little corner of the strap here and work into the next stitch over here. So I'm just skipping that stitch right there on the corner. Probably not even that big of a deal to do that, but... And now I'm going to continue working. One single crochet in every stitch across the front here until I get to my next corner, and I'll do the same thing. Let's see what we got here. Okay, I'm going to skip this stitch here, work right up here into the first stitch of the strap, and then I'm going to continue working up the inside of the strap, just like I did on the other side, until I get back to my starting point. Like that. Okay, may you make it back to your starting point. Go ahead and end with the slip stitch into your first single crochet. Tie that off. Now we can hide any remaining tails that we have. So I'm going to go ahead and do that real quick. Okay, once you get all your tails sewed in, that's it. I just went ahead and sewed a few buttons on. That's optional. You don't have to do that, but that's all there is to it. I hope you enjoyed my tutorial. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel. And don't forget to check out all my other tutorials. I have hundreds and hundreds of them. I got a lot more baby dresses too. You can also check me on bagodaycrochet.com and on Facebook, where you can always post all your crochet items on there. I'd really love to see them, and I'll put a link in the description box to where you can reach all those sites. And until next time, have a good day.